recording. Okay. So now you're being recorded, and there you go.
Great. Good morning. Take a seat anywhere. We're going to go ahead and get started. We have a few people that are still parking in their cars and getting organized, but we'll just kind of start with some of the introductions here. And welcome to the third SPE Members in Transition seminar. We've had two of these already, and we've had a good selection of speakers and great participation. We have a good crowd here in the room. We have a number of people that are on the phone as well. Those of you who are on the phone, you will be muted, so we can't hear you. So if you need to tell us that you can't hear, or if you need to ask a question, you can post your questions in chat, and we'll be able to monitor it there. So let's see. First, for a introduction to the building here for a safety moment. You're here on the 10th floor. The restrooms are down this way to the hall. The elevators are this way, and the stairs are that way as well. There's a coffee bar here where you can get coffee. There's also drinks in the refrigerator if you'd prefer to have a cold drink. So we have all the services available for you here, and we'll have lunch brought in later today. So those on the phone don't get all those benefits. And let's see, let's do we had a, if I can close this document. This is an interesting safety moment. I realize it is the month of April now, or April 1st, April Fool's Day for everyone. But this is a good safety moment for March, as we all just recently moved here in the United States to daylight savings time. Particularly in the spring, we find that there's more workplace injuries after that switch, and you would think just 1 hour of lost sleep wouldn't make that big a difference. But it is darker in the morning as we're driving to different locations. And there's an increase in workplace injuries. So they've actually done some work in different parts of the world, and it seems to be consistent about more incidents, more traffic accidents. Sleep deprivation is a big cause of this, and particularly on the Monday following the time change. So we've had a couple of weeks here in Texas to get used to it. Good morning, come on in. And so even in some of the northern states, as they looked at weather-related issues, they said even accounting for weather, they found that there was an increase in incidents right after the time change. And this doesn't happen when we roll back the other way. So when we get our hour back, they don't have a similar increase in incidents. So it's definitely sleep deprivation that seems to be the cause. Anybody have any questions or comments on that? So as we go back to our agenda, we're going to start out with some introductions. We have a number of people here in the room, and so this is a great networking opportunity for everyone. It's a good chance for you to introduce yourself and tell a little bit about who you are, and if you're looking for work, if you're in transition, it's a good chance to describe what it is you're looking for. And so I'll start, and we'll just kind of go around the room, and we'll have to pass the mic so the people on the phone can hear us. But try not to take 5 minutes. Try to keep it under 2 minutes or less if you can. And we'll just get started. So I'm Susan Howes. I'm a petroleum engineer, and I recently left Chevron. I'm a reservoir management consultant, and so I have quite a bit of experience in best practices in reservoir management. And I also have a lot of expertise in talent management. And so that's something that I've done both at Chevron and at my previous employer, Anadarko. I was the Horizons program manager at Chevron, and I've been involved in recruiting and talent development, and I think there's a lot of opportunities in that area. So I'm looking for something such as a manager of learning and organizational development, a role like that with technical learning. I generally work with technical employees in that regard. So I'm going to pass the mic, and I'll give it to Alex.
Thank you, Susan. Welcome, everybody, to the third seminar here. My name's Alex McCoy. I am the treasurer of the Gulf Coast section. So I appreciate Susan and all her hard work to line up these seminars. I work for Occidental Petroleum. I'm a reservoir engineer. I got a call yesterday from a headhunter who's looking for a reservoir engineer with 20 years experience in the Permian Basin So if someone has those qualifications and wants that name, I'll pass it along here. Thank you.
Hello, my name's David. I'm a mechanical engineer. Have quite a few years of experience in design, mechanical design with downhole tools, valves, and wellheads. So basically, I'm looking for a position that's in design or supervising. I've been a supervisor for 2 years with a group of engineers. So that's what I'm looking for. Yes. Hi, I'm James Muma. I'm a petroleum engineer. My experience is mostly in reservoir and reserves, doing corporate reserves, and also a lot of classical reservoir engineering on assets and doing workovers and picking drilling locations, things like that, in a lot of different basins. I have a dual career. I'm also a family therapist, and I wanted to mention that here right now because a lot of us are dealing with emotional fallout from changes, and if you want to see me later or contact me about that, please do. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Michelle Felling. I'm in transition. My focus is on data analytics and designing systems to, I guess, harness the power of this advanced data for operational and marketing systems. That's it.
I'm Maggie Dalthorpe. I'm a geoscientist. I have my last position was as an exploration manager for a Williston Basin operator, and I'm looking for a position with a similar type exploration, exploitation. I've worked several basins, so that's what I'm looking for.
Hi, I'm Lee Whittington. I recently left Anadarko, so I am looking for work. I'm a reservoir engineer with about 8 years experience. I've done both deep water conventional and onshore unconventional, so a good mix of experience there.
Hi, my name is Dan Moss. My background is petroleum engineering. Currently, I'm a reservoir engineering technician, and I'm in transition as well. I'm looking for a position as an engineering technician, especially in the areas of exploration and acquisitions, divestitures. I've been working more toward business development, investment banking type work in the last 5 years or so.
Hi, I'm Susan Gaynor. I have a degree in mechanical engineering. My most recent company I worked for was KBR, doing heat exchanger design, and before that I was in the space program, and before that I worked in the oil industry until it went under back in the 80s. And I started out my career back in the 70s doing as a lab technician working on fracture fluids.
My name's Cliff Williams. I have over 25 years experience. I'm in transition also. Recently left W&T offshore, but with experience at Exxon as well. Primarily in reservoir engineering, doing surveillance, A&D work, looking to get into the consulting end of it, and maybe on some of these restructuring teams that we see that is being advertised. So that's my goal.
Hi, my name is Sean Conley. I am a versatile, detail-oriented operations manager. One of the proudest accomplishments here of my last role was I was brought in to help bring together two groups, operations and sales, who were really at each other's throats. So we were able to actually sit down and over the course of not just days or weeks or months, but over the course of a couple of years, we were able to bring the two groups together and accomplish some great revenue goals, and really managed to get the product line back on track. So.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Wolko, and I'm a geologist. I have 14 years experience, and I'm also in transition. So my current role, my previous role was I was a geomodeling specialist, working mostly on EOR projects. Also have experience as an operation geologist and well site geologist, and I also have international experience working in the UK. I've worked in the UK North Sea, Norwegian North Sea, and Danish North Sea. So what I'm looking for is either to work as a geomodeler or operations geologist, So, yeah.
I'm Richard Trueheart. I'm also in transition. I was director of drilling at Intervest. I've got 38 years primarily drilling experience from North Dakota to the Gulf Coast. My favorite projects were always hot, deep, and ugly. I'm trying to work a couple of contract project management jobs. Opportunities are not really come to fruition yet. And I've also been looking at getting my PMP and going off into the construction business because that's what I like to do is construction.
Morning, my name is Carlos Torres. I'm sorry, I'm a little sniffy. I just got a call over a couple of days ago. So 15 years of experience, well intervention, worked in different parts of the world, last 7 years in the U.S. I was working as marketing and sales manager for a well intervention from Alaska to the Gulf Coast. And I'm looking for something similar or engineering as well.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Pat Farmer, and I work in transitioning the companies between restructuring and that type of work. And currently, actually, I've been working consulting in the medical industry, but always looking. I work for Shell and some of the majors and in mergers and acquisitions, so always open for those types of opportunities.
Hi everyone, I'm Brad McPhee. I have 9 years of experience as a petroleum engineer. The last 4 years of that I've been doing production and operations engineering. I helped develop a quarter TCF of gas in the Haynesville. I'm currently pretty focused on interview I have coming up with Saudi Aramco. It keeps getting pushed back though, so they tell me it's definitely going to happen when they come in for the OTC, so we'll see what happens there. I also helped reduce our capital costs by $16 million in that field, and excited to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Smith. I've got 30 years of experience in the industry, degreed petroleum engineer. Most of my experience has been with service companies. My passion is product management, so it's essentially bringing a concept from a piece of paper all the way to the field. So I've got lots of different applications experience in deep water, unconventionals, et cetera, but through a service company background. Although I'm employed, I think we're all in transition at some point. When I got laid off last September, I decided, hey, got to be prepared because there's no telling. So I think we're all in different types of transitions. So currently right now I'm employed with a large national oil company, but as a manufacturing manager. But my passion is product management. So that's what I'm looking for.
Hi, my name is Jane Walker. I'm a petroleum engineer with extensive experience in reservoir management and field development, operated, non-operated assets. I have worked for Marathon, Total, BG internationally, and I've lived in quite a few locations over the last 20-something years, London, Aberdeen, California, New Orleans, Lagos, Nigeria, and recently moved from Kazakhstan to Houston. And yes, I'm relaunching after a career break raising 2 children overseas while doing all those moves. So. Where'd you?
I'm Judy Schulenberg. I'm glad to see geologists and geoscience in here. That's my background. Somebody needs to find the rocks. my background, as I said, is in geology and geophysics. I work very closely with University of Houston and through their alumni group to find new ways to get industry working with the resources that we have close at hand. Most recently, I was a supervisor for Southwestern Energy and in our Fayetteville Shale Group, and so I've got extensive experience in unconventionals. But going back, I also have a lot of experience in exploration and development in conventionals also. Like Susan, my primary last life, I've reinvented myself several times, but most recently I was in talent management and development at Southwestern, and that involved recruiting, steering the interns who came in during the summers, and also our new hires through their training programs, and that's where my passion is. I was the beneficiary of a number of wonderful mentors, and so for me it's a matter of giving back. You want me? You're a roommate. Okay. You don't get to talk.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Woodham, petroleum engineering manager, background in reservoir management, petroleum engineering, production optimization. Have worked over 30 years, took early retirement from one of the majors, BP, been working internationally in the UK, Australia, here, had stints in the Middle East as well. Looking to continue that role, not quite ready to, look at the retirement route yet, so I'm looking for that great fun job whenever it appears.
Hello, my name is Nadia Menwar. Can everybody hear me? I don't know. Okay. I'm a petroleum engineer. I've worked with National Oil of Arco, and I'm in transition. I've been there for 3 years. I graduated in 2012. Basically what I did was design jackups or just the drilling package. And now I can't exactly say what exactly I'm looking for, but I'm still figuring that out.
We need the people on the phone to hear you. We have a webinar going as well, so go ahead and pass it.
Thank you. Well, my name is Daniel Mendez. 20 years experience. My background is mechanical engineer, but all my professional career has been in reservoir engineering, field development, and reservoir management. Lately, I've been doing well servicing and production engineering, artificial lift. So that's in a nutshell. Looking for a change? I don't know, but I have to find out. Thank you.
All right, I think we missed some people on name tags, so if you don't have a name tag, let us know. We were trying to keep up. Sorry, what's your name? Michelle. Okay. And Monica here is organizing us all. She's administrator here at the SP office. Go, Monica. It's been an interesting morning getting set up here. She's subbing for Kathy, who's out on family leave. So thanks for all the introductions. I know many of you are not SP members, and you're welcome. We are opening this up to industry geologists too, and so, but you can be a member if you're a geologist. But I did want to tell you that if you are an SP member, you can opt in. We have set up a new email preference for SP members in transition. So go to the SP Gulf Coast section website and the place for communication preferences, and you can opt in for all the study groups if you want. I've opted in for all of them, but specifically for this one, we do have some software that we have had offered to us for free. And so if you would like to have some free stuff, we can't email you unless you opt in. We need you to let us know that we can send you emails about free stuff. So if you would opt in for members in transition, you'll get access to that information. And so I'll say that a couple of times. So it's under communication preferences. I don't know if I can get to it here, but I'll get more specific on that. And it's also, for those of you who are members, you will receive this email several times in the next month. So, you know, we're asking everyone to personalize their preferences, because otherwise we're sending emails to 18,000 members and not everyone wants to hear everything. So this is something that you can get a specific customized email that gives you the information that you want. But I think it's under communication preferences, Brad. I'll double check that with you. So with that, we're going to get started with our first speaker. Gary Katz is joining us, and I'm going to let him introduce himself. You've had a chance to see his bio, and he's going to talk to us about intellectual protection. Gary's a patent lawyer, and we're very excited to have you here today, Gary.
Thank you. Just how high up or okay, just put this here. Okay, great. Oh, can everyone hear me? So maybe we'll just hold up a little bit. Okay, my name is Gary Katz. I'm a patent attorney. My technical background is geology, so for the fellow geologists that are feeling lonely, you have another amongst your ranks. I've had experience both with Fortune 100 companies. I had 10 years with ExxonMobil, 5 years with upstream research doing geology and reservoir management, 5 years doing downstream on petroleum and chemical engineering. And the last 6 years I've been working with private clients, both with large firms, and now I'm off on my own. So I have quite a bit of experience across the board. Originally, I planned this talk to be an hour. I realize it's a little bit longer. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to stop me, because we should have plenty of time. Okay, just the thing, this. Okay, you want me to talk over here? Okay, how do I forward it? Okay, that page down. Okay, great. Yeah, this information is for informational purposes only. As far as legal advice, it's very fact-dependent, so if you have any specific legal questions, I highly advise you get legal advice on any fact-dependent issues you have. Okay, let's start. I wrote this as a very basic introduction to intellectual property. For those who are more experienced, I apologize. If it's too basic and you want to ask specific questions, feel free. What is intellectual property? Intellectual property refers to creation of the mind. Some people call it abstract ideas, such as inventions, literary and artistic works, designs, symbols, names, and images that are used in common. The primary examples are patents, copyrights, and trademarks. There's some others we'll discuss, publications, trade secrets. Basically, a lot of the information and definitions I got is from the WIPO website. If you want to learn anything about intellectual property, I highly recommend you check the website. It's probably one of the best out there. WIPO is the World Intellectual Property Organization, and they manage several international treaties and work with intellectual property agencies throughout the world, copyright offices, patent offices, trademark offices, and facilitate intellectual property with international trade. Just about everything you could possibly need, you can find in that one site. Okay. What is a patent? Patent is an exclusive right granted by a government for an invention. It started with the U.S. patent system, and it was created by the founding fathers in the Constitution, and it's one of the few express powers given to the federal government to create agencies to promote the useful arts and sciences by giving inventors who disclose their ideas a limited monopoly. The whole theory behind it is that everyone will benefit from that system. The inventors will benefit by having a limited monopoly on their idea, and society will benefit through the disclosure of such ideas. And after that limited monopoly is over, it's dedicated to the public, and the public could use it at large. Okay, several things to remember. Under U.S. law, patent must be novel. It can't be anything the same that's out there. It's got to be unobvious. It can't be
an obvious combination of known things. However, there's exceptions, and we'll go through that. And it's got to reflect useful subject matter. Now, what a patent gives you is the exclusive right to exclude others, to use, to sell, or to offer to sell any patented invention. And you have both rights to get an injunction to stop someone and for damages for past infringement. Okay. It is expensive and time consuming. Typically, it takes several years. There's ways to expedite it, but that costs additional money. And a minimum of thousands of dollars in each jurisdiction. Patents you have to file in each country. Minimum, most people file in the U.S., but once you go international, it gets very expensive, and we'll explain that later. You must disclose and publish in writing an enabling invention. The definition of enabling invention is you have to provide enough detail in a concise written manner so that one skilled in the art can practice the invention without undue experimentation. So for a geologist, it would be your average geologist in another company could take your patent and by itself understand and practice it without too much work. So it's very fact specific. Generally with patents, more is always better. You want to disclose as much information as possible so there's no doubt in anyone's mind whether or not you have an enabling patent. So if you decide to go the patent route before you seek an attorney, you probably want to have a written description. We'll describe this later. And you probably want to include more information than you think because you never know which information is going to be important. Okay, there's a limited time duration. We discussed that. And it's 20 years from the date of filing. And that's pretty much universal, not just in the U.S., but it was established by treaty throughout the world. Now, this is very important. Okay. It's 20 years maximum. However, typically, there's improvements for that. Now, if you have the base invention, you have the maximum you're allowed is 20 years from the date of filing of a non-provisional. We'll discuss what a non-provisional application is later. Now, if there's improvements, you can file a patent during that term that covers the improvement if it meets the criteria, useful and unobvious. However, the additional patent will only cover the improvement. So if you have the base patent is a patent on, say, like a automated snubbing unit, and then you add additional equipment like some type of feeder to it to automate not just the snubbing, but also the feeding of the tubular. After the 20 years, anyone can practice the automated and can build, manufacture, or sell the automated snubbing units considered in the public domain. However, you'd get the additional invention of, say, like the automated snubbing feature that would be in the subsequent patent. Now, also, there's something called maintenance fees in the U.S. and other ways. So basically, you have to, the U.S. government always wants to make sure they get paid, and there's an issuance fee, there's a filing fee, there's all sorts of examination fees, there's an issuance fee, and then throughout the 20 years, there's something called maintenance fees that you have to pay in order to maintain the patent. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Now this is very important. It's not a manufacturer, it's not a license to manufacture or use. A lot of people say, all right, a patent gives me the right to use. Not really. What a patent does is it gives you the right to exclude others from using the claimed invention in the patent. For example, if there's other patents that cover components of yours, you may need to get a license from those other patent owners. Now, what you need to do is typically if you're coming out with a new invention or new method and you're bringing it to market and you want to make sure that you're not, there's no issues out there, it's called an FTO opinion. It's called a freedom to operate, in which a attorney or a searcher looks through what the landscape is of the patent and looks at what you're bringing to the market and makes a determination, are there any patents out there that you'd be infringing? And if so, do you need to get a license or a design around? And that's very important when you decide to introduce it. Now, a patent does provide some protection in that it prevents others in the future from patenting anything that's been disclosed, because anything that's in the patent is in the public domain at that point once it gets published. And if someone's trying to patent that technology, your patent would be a bar to anything that's disclosed in there. Okay, we'll discuss this later. International treaties, the most important ones are the PCT, which is the Patent Cooperation Treaty. That's one filing, gives you the right to later file in over 140 countries. Paris Convention gives you a year on patents. So if you file a patent in the U.S., you have a year to file PCT and through any signatures at the Paris Convention and still get the earlier prior date. So basically, there's two types of patents. Utility, which are the majority patent, that covers any process, machine, method of manufacture, or composition of matter. And the other one is design patent. That covers like designs. There's no written description. It's just a drawing, and it's more for like furniture or architectural designs than for equipment, unless it's the equipment has a specific design. Okay, there's two types of patent. There's a provisional and a non-provisional. Okay, the non-provisional is your basic patent application, and that's what you file, and that's what you get examined, and that's what, if the patent office believes meets all the criteria, will issue as a patent and gives you the right to exclude others. Now, it's a lot of detail. It covers what the statutes cover exactly what you need. You need a written description. You need the drawings. You need the claims. You need a summary. And it's a lot of work both on the inventor and on the attorney. Congress created something called the provisional patent, which is a much simpler filing. It does not get examined, but it gives you a filing date, and it gives you the right to claim patent pending status. So it's particularly useful for someone who has an idea and they want to bring it to market, and they're worried, well, look, people are very scared about signing non-disclosure agreements. They don't want to be tainted with other information. How do I bring this to market without putting it in the public domain and not having the patent rights, and I don't have the funds to go full? So what a provisional says is, as long as you provide enabling disclosure in a written description and any drawings that are necessary, you can get a filing date for what's disclosed in there, and you have a year to fix it and meet all the criteria to file a patent application. So a lot of clients, even some of the big ones, will file provisional first because it has several advantages. If there's improvements during that year, you can when you convert to non-provisional, you can update it with the improvements. Once a non-provisional is filed, you're locked in what's in there, and you can only add new material or new matter if you file a new application, which again is very expensive. Provisional, it's the fees constantly change, but it's typically I think a little over $200 for a big corporation. For a small entity, it's around the $100 filing fee, and there's even a micro entity, someone who's filed less than 4 patents and makes 3 times the average wage can file for micro, and that's a third off the fee. So that could be very advantageous for the individual or small company. Okay. One thing that's very important is use in commerce. Even offering to sell, even if you don't sell, just the fact that you offer to sell something is a bar to patentability. Now, a lot of times people say, look, this product is successful, it's been in the market, I want to patent it. Well, that's a bar. Now, throughout most of the world, it's an absolute bar. Any offer to sell or any commercial sale of the item that you want to patent would be a bar. The U.S. has an exception, which is a 1-year rule, where you have 1 year from the date of the on sale in order to file an application. Yes. Yes, even something that you're selling. However, it's an absolute bar if someone else is selling it. If you're selling it in the U.S., there's a 1-year rule, and there's also an exception to it called experimental use. Like a lot of times, particularly petroleum companies, may put an item in a wellbore to test it just to see if it works. That would typically fall under an experimental use. However, it's very fact dependent. It's best to avoid that experimental use exception because a lot of times the lines are very blurry. So if you are going to use something experimental, if we have to, going back, we can try and rely on that experimental use exception. But generally speaking, it's better to file the patent application and not have to rely on that exception unless you have to. All right, any more questions? Oh. Yes, typically we're petroleum engineering, a method of say improving permeability by fracturing a wellbore. That's the method, you know. So you could have the device, which would be the machine that actually fractures it, or and then you could have the method. Now the gray area is abstract business methods. Now that is a evolving area of the law. In 1999, the U.S. Supreme Court in State Street said that business methods were patentable, and it involved a method of evaluating insurance risk. About a year and a half ago, they came out with a new decision, Alice, which was software patenting, which cut it back a little bit, that said purely abstract ideas that don't have that aren't related to something in the real world are not patentable. So it is an evolving area. So if you do patent a business method, you got to be very careful. You want to make sure that each step in the claims has some real world applicability. In the past, I think they were saying that they were related to a computer. Now they have each step related to a user so that there's a concrete real world step. This is an evolving area. A lot of judges are complaining that they don't understand what the Supreme Court meant. So the Supreme Court's going to have to, and a lot of patent attorneys, if you ask patent attorneys what it means, you'll probably, each one will give a separate answer. So this is an evolving area of law. If it is important, my recommendation, and it does, my recommendation would be to file. There's certain things, for example, Europe does not allow business methods, but they do allow purely software patent claims. Whereas the U.S. theoretically, although like we said, it's evolving area law, allows business method claims, but not software. So like a lot of times what people will do is they may file in Europe a software claim, which is exactly the same as the business claim in the U.S. Really, you're going after the same thing. It's just a nuance in the claim. So strategy in that situation is very important. Yes? Yes. So you're modifying it on the wellbore site, and that's the invention, or you're using a piece of equipment for a new application, not for its intended use? That would probably be experimental use because you designed it, you're not sure if it works, and you're putting in the wellbore. Probably to protect you, you'd probably want to let them know that this is an experimental use. Probably have a confidentiality agreement if they'll sign it. I know that's hard to get, but that's one way to protect it and say, look, this is an experimental product. We expect you to keep it confidential and lay the groundwork. Another option is you have a complete set of engineering drawings to manufacture it, and you got a description on how to build it and how to use it. You can go ahead and file it very inexpensively, provisionally, right away. You don't have to spend all the time and money and effort to draft a non-provisional application. And if if the drawings are a full set of engineering drawings and the description, and it's a good description, you'll probably meet the enablement requirement, and then that will give you a year to file it. And typically, you're only looking at a little over $200 in filing fees, and I know a lot of attorneys will review it and verify that it meets the enablement requirement. So for around $1,000, you can get an initial filing. You then have patent pending status. So that would be the preferred route if you don't have enough time to file a non-provisional patent. The next best solution would be to try to document that this is an experimental product and being used accordingly. All right, any other questions? I think I saw one other hand. Sure. Yeah, in the U.S. only. Yeah. Are you doing it for promotional or experimental use? If you could argue it's experimental, you probably could fall under the experimental. If it's like promotional, try this free, and if you like it, then that would probably fall under the on sale. So you need to look at the facts and. Well, most of the world, we call it ROW, the rest of the world, almost entirely, any commercial use is an absolute bar to patentability. So there are some exceptions. I think Europe does have some type of experimental use exception, but it's much more limited than in the U.S. So generally speaking, if you sold it anywhere, you're stuck anywhere but the U.S. in the 1 year. And it's also the date that you offer to sell it, not the date that it's actually sold. So an offer to sell, say, if you have your salespeople going out there and saying, look, we got this new product out there, that's considered a on sale bar. Okay. Okay. Yes. A method of doing business, yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit on this? Or, yeah.
Okay.
When you say business method, is that like a method of making, I don't know, for a living?
It's typically used in high tech and software. Method of a lot of times there's algorithms for insurance or data mining or data searching. Yeah, that's a hot area right now. Also, a lot of times the apps, the flow charts, and the decision-making processing on that can be theoretically can be patented. It's a it's an evolving area to law right now. So yes. Okay. So you have patent A that covers the base invention, and say maybe it has steps A, B, and C. And then you have the second patent that has steps A, B, C, and D. So the first one has, say, like, is called the base patent, and they have a patent exclusive right on that technology. The next one only has an exclusive right to exclude A, B, C, and D. So if the first one, as long as the first one doesn't do step D, they're fine. If the first owner wants to do step D, he'll have to get a license. Now the tricky part is the person who came up with the additional step, step D, in order to practice their invention, would need a license from the first patent. So a lot of times you get in situations where you have cross-licensing. When I was with ExxonMobil, we did that a lot because there was a lot of overarching patents, and typically rather than to figure out royalties, they say, look, we'll license all our technology, you license your technology to us, and then we all have freedom to operate. So, or other times there may be some financial consideration. It really depends on the situation, but in that situation, the second patent owner would need a license from the first. Yeah, so when the first one expires, the second one will have rights after the first one. No, not on the claims that have been allowed. Now, if there's improvements on improvements, yes, similar, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a big thing. A lot of the bigger corporations, they're not looking to make money from licensing. Like there's the IBM model where they patent everything and they expand it to all areas and they look to get licensing revenue. Typically in the oil and gas, the big companies, they're just looking for freedom to operate. They want to have enough patents out there that they don't have to worry about someone blocking them with technology. Now the smaller businesses and the engineers out there that are, say, maybe want to form their own small business and manufacturing, they really do need these patents because they need to block others and they need to have an exclusive right because otherwise the big players will just copy, if there's demand for their equipment, will just copy it, mass produce it, and probably could either produce it cheaper or has the sales force and the reach and marketing to overpower the smaller inventor. So in this way, it's a way for the smaller player, the individual or the small business, to level the playing field. Okay, now any other questions on patents? Okay, copyrights. Copyrights are rights that creators have over their literary and artistic work. There's the list of all includes books, music, paintings, sculptures, films, computer programs, database, advertisements, maps, and technical drawings. I guess as engineers, the one thing that you can copyright would be a technical drawing. So if you have a technical drawing, you could have the invention, which are the new components, and then also the way you draw it and explain it. That's copyrightable, so that you could prevent anyone from copying that. Okay, the best way to protect it is registration with the U.S. Copyright Office. There's the link, and that provides statutory damages. It's inexpensive and easy to register. The filing fees, depending on what you're trying to copyright, $35 to $85. And this is one area you probably don't need an attorney. You go to the website. It's very simple. You fill out the information. You have to know the date that you conceived of it, the date they used it in commerce, and you have to list the information of the person who created it. Now, if you are a company, a small business, you want to make sure that your employees have an obligation to sign it all. There is a work for hire exception, but it's always best to have a written agreement requiring assignment. One of the things that copyright gives you is automatic rights worldwide through the international treaty system. The biggest one is the Berne Convention, not Bernie Sanders, but I guess almost as popular, 170 countries. And almost as old. I think it's over 100 years old. All right, I guess I got dangerous political discussion. Okay, you got three basic principles of it. Works in originating in one of them. You have the giving the same protection of the other countries, so that if France offers certain copyright protections to people in their country, they have to give any member of a country that's a signature of that treaty the same rights. It's not conditional upon compliance with any formality, so that if you have a copyright in the U.S., you don't have to register in any of those countries. Much different than patent, where you have to register. Here, the protection is automatic, although there are sometimes additional protections that you can get by registering it, but generally speaking, you don't have to register it. And it's independent of the existence of protection in the country of origin. So, for example, if the U.S. only has limited copyrights and the foreign country has additional rights, they have to give you the greater rights. They can't limit it to the rights that you have in the U.S. So it is a powerful tool. Just about every country is signed on to it, and that's what makes copyrights so valuable worldwide. There's an additional WIPO copyright treaty, and that covers digital works. That's a more recent one. Now, in the U.S., there's something called statutory damages. Now, technically, you don't have to register with the U.S. copyright to get copyrights. They're automatic. However, if you don't register with the U.S. Copyright Office, in order to sue someone, you have and prevent them, you have to prove actual damages, which sometimes could be hard, because if you have a literary work or a technical drawing and someone copied it or a website, how do you calculate the damages? So what the U.S. copyright statute says, if you register with us and it's searchable, so it's presumed that everyone knows about it, and you're entitled for damages, and they range for, say, like $200 for, say, an innocent infringer who just didn't know, all the way up to $150,000 for someone who's willful. If you know someone's violating your copyright, and you put them on notice, and you say, here, look, here's my copyright filing, we want you to stop, a cease and desist letter, and they refuse to, that's willful damages, and the damages could be quite extensive, and you don't even have to prove any actual damages. Those are automatic damages that the judge issues. Plus, you can get your attorney's fees. So if someone refuses to stop infringing on a copyright, attorneys like that, because particularly if it's someone with deep pockets, because they could go sue them, and the judge has to issue them the attorney's fees. Yes. In fact, in that situation, it's hard to categorize damage, because what's your damage? So in that situation, you want to copyright on it. Now, there's something called fair use, that if someone's using it just for informational purposes, or just taking a small part of it, there are some exceptions. But generally speaking, if you copyright and someone takes your work and is using it to promote it for their interests, that would be a violation of the copyright. You're entitled to statutory damages. So what you would need to do in that situation is probably best to file. Now, in the Fifth Circuit, which covers the Texas, Louisiana, the moment you file, you have a right for statutory damages. It typically takes about a year for the government to issue it. So even if it's not issued, as long as it's complete filing, which will eventually issue, you can sue and you're entitled to damages. So if you know someone's doing that, probably want to file immediately with the Copyright Office, and then immediately put both the individual who's infringing on it and Google on notice. Now there is an act out there that says that if the website, I think it's the Digital Act, where it says if the website does not know about the copyright infringement, they're not responsible. However, if you put them on notice and they don't take it down, then they are. So if you put Google on, they will almost definitely take it down immediately. And you see that quite often because the last thing they want to do is be responsible for statutory damages. Yeah, that would clearly be a fair use. So if you take like a few sentences or even a paragraph and you attribute it and it's not the main body, that clearly is fair use. Also, if you copy, say, a portion of it, like for, say, like educational or instructional purposes, that would probably be fair use. If someone were to take this and just take portions of it, that would be a fair use. However, if they took the entire presentation, that would be a copyright violation. So it's really fact dependent. Yes, yes. Yes, typically you'd want to copyright each individual photograph. However, if it's like a book, you can copyright the entire book. Now, potentially, if they take like maybe one and attributed it, might be a fair use exception of the book versus if you have that picture copyrighted. But if you're putting pictures on the web and you probably want to copyright each and every one of them. If it's too many and it's too expensive, you can wait until if you see other people are using it, file then a copyright on it and then put them on notice. Yeah, yeah, that helps because that leads to the damages. If you have a copyright mask on it and the person then copies that picture, that tends to show that the infringement is more towards the willful side. Now, just to give you an idea, this isn't 200 or 150,000. It's actually a sliding scale, and there's factors that the judges consider. So. No, you can have a copyright on just the website. No, you probably want, here's the thing is, it depends how extensive the update is. If you're just changing it a little bit, because copyrights covers the work and anything that's the same or substantially similar. So if it's if the website is substantially dissimilar and you're just changing a few things, you're still covered by the initial copyright. If it's a complete redesign so that it's no longer substantially similar, you're going to want to file a new copyright registration. So yes.
So fair use, you could take a little bit out of all those and create your own website, which then it seems to be kind of a little wishy-washy in some areas, depending on how much you're copyrighted.
Yeah, it really depends, because what is a literary work? It's just a compilation of words. So if you arrange it just a tiny bit, then that's substantially similar to someone's work. That's a violation of copyright. So if you're combining aspects from so many from say 20 different websites, so that you hold it up to each other and it doesn't look like any of those individual 20 websites, that's really a new work because it's not the same or even substantially similar to any work that's out there.
This combined with a patent, of course you have drawings and descriptions in a patent. So you can copyright those descriptions and the drawings. Would you want to do that right before you do a provisional or right after?
Probably you want to file the patent first and then file the copyright, because the copyright you can file at any time. You just need to have it filed in order to substantiate the damages, whereas a patent, there's all sorts of time bars. So priority would be to file the patent first, and then on any technical drawings that you want to put out there, file copyrights on that. Probably the recommended order, unless you get a patent right away, would be to file the provisional and then file copyrights as soon as possible. Okay, a trademark is a mark, a word, a phrase, a symbol, or design, or a combination of all those that identifies or distinguishes goods or service of an enterprise from other enterprises. So business name, a logo, a trade dress on like red for Coca-Cola, I guess pink for Dow insulation. Those are all marks. Okay, the consideration, infringement is a likelihood of confusion standard. What's an individual in the marketplace confused by a competing mark? If there's going to create confusion, then that's considered infringement of a trademark. Now, in order to file, there's two categories in the U.S. It must be in use in commerce. You must actually have to put it out there. So trademarks are a little bit different. Generally speaking, you put the mark out there in commerce and then you file. However, there's an exception and an intend to use if you're going to be looking to launch a product with a certain name and you want to make sure that name is available, you can file an intent to use, and that reserves the name for you for a limited period of time. They examine it, the trademark office, it says, yes, you can have it once you use it in commerce. You then have, once you get that allowance from the trademark office, you then have 6 months to use it, and you can extend it several times up to 4 years by paying extension fees. There's 4 categories: fanciful or arbitrary, suggestive, descriptive, or generic. Fanciful would be like a name that has absolutely no meaning, like Google or Yahoo. Those are considered the best because you're creating a meaning for that mark out of nothing. The next is arbitrary, which would be like Apple. It has meaning, but it's arbitrarily assigned to Apple computers. So that would probably be the next best. Suggestive would be like a name that suggests what the product is. Like, I guess, Citibank for banks or Playboy for the magazine, something that suggests the names. That's the next valuable. Descriptive would be to describe certain attributes of a product. I guess if you have like a car and it's very fast, a fast car would be descriptive, or a soft towel would be a descriptive mark. A generic just describes the name, so can't, like car for automobile. You cannot trademark a generic name because that's its meaning in the marketplace, so you haven't created anything. It's moderately expensive and not very time consuming. Typically we charge between $1,000 to $3,000 to get a trademark with a search, so it's not like patents that can run quite a bit. International treaties, you got the Paris Convention, which covers both patents and trademarks, the Hague system and the Madrid system. The Madrid system is a one-stop shop that basically you file once and you get in over 90 members for people who want to protect trademarks. There's certain advantages and disadvantages The advantages is one filing gets you a lot of countries. The disadvantage is if there's a problem in one of those countries, it could potentially invalidate it in all those countries. So some people will choose, if they're only going to be in a few countries, say, look, I'm better off filing those few countries. Or even some big businesses will choose to file individual in each country, because if there's a problem in one country, at least that doesn't affect the international filing. So that's a strategy to consider. The Hague system, that's for design patents. That's for like design of products. That's very useful because if you have minor changes throughout different markets, you can file over 100 variations with one filing, and that gets you 65 countries. And then finally we got the Paris Convention. We mentioned that with patents. That gives you a right from a U.S. patent filing a year to file in any of the countries that's a signature of that. Now with the trademarks, it has a shorter fuse. You have 6 months. So if you file a patent in the U.S. 12 months, and you can claim the priority date in the U.S. for patents. If you file a trademark and you want to go international, you got 6 months from the U.S. filing, and you get the international, they'll recognize that U.S. filing. Okay, trade secret. Trade secrets are any formula, practice, process, design, instrument patterns, commercial method, computation, compilation of information which is not generally known or reasonable ascertainable by others, in which a business has an economic advantage or can obtain over competitors or customers. Now basically that's typically your confidential information, your classified information. Now a lot of times that can be patented, but a lot of times individuals or corporations, either for commercial reasons or financial reasons, say, look, we're going to keep this a trade secret. Now in order to keep it a trade secret, particularly even individuals, particularly small businesses, you must have internal and external processes in place. A lot of people here come from big businesses. Almost all of them have classification systems, also systems on how and when you can disclose information to public. Typically, you have to do an information release, and it goes before a committee or a review. Internal, you have to have management of data policies. If you have an employee, make sure they sign an employment agreement to keep everything confidential. And then also make sure they know, and it's clearly labeled, what's confidential and not for public information and what isn't. Because a lot of times sales, you want to disclose as much information as possible. The employee doesn't know what to disclose and what not to disclose. What's the trade secret? And they go to another company and they say, look, we were disclosing it to the whole world, selling it. It's not a trade secret. So, you know, it's hard to prove. You know, versus if there's clear processes and it's clearly marked, a lot of times information that's a trade secret will be kept in certain areas of the server. There'll be codes and clearances. Famous one is Coca-Cola with the formula, where they only have 2 employees know about it, and everyone else has to keep it. I'm not sure, but supposedly only 2 employees in the company know the exact formula, and that's considered the best known trade secret in the world. What's that? Yeah, the machines do it. So it's probably coded and black boxed exactly how the machines mix the ingredients. If they're talking about it and they're describing an event, that would be a fair use because they have to describe it, because a lot of the news is what activity is Johnny Football doing today. However, if say like someone wanted to use Johnny football to promote a product or an image, then that would be a trademark infringement.
So in the news, they could say, this is a great example of Johnny Football, blah, blah, blah. They would have to pay Johnny Manziel for that.
They would not have. The news would not have to pay him.
Okay.
That would be a fair use.
So how do you make your $1,000 to $3,000 back?
What do you mean?
Like, how do you capitalize on your trademark? He would have to go have T-shirts.
Yeah, T-shirts, toys. You know, if someone sells a product and it has a football jersey that says Johnny Football on it, there's your that's your trademark infringement. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yes, that's yeah, you will get called on, and if you infringe, you will be liable for damages. Also, the NFL, you know, you put the NFL name or the NFL logo with any product, and the NFL will go after you. Now, of course, the news can use the NFL to describe the sports game, but you say NFL in association with a product, and that's an infringement on their trademark. Yes, trademark gives you an absolute right to exclude others. So if the NFL doesn't want you to use their product, they could stop you, and if you refuse, get an injunction, and you'll have to stop, and you'll be liable for a lot of damages. Yes, there are certain renewals that you have to do, but a trademark, as long as you maintain the trademark in commerce, it's good forever in perpetuity. So, however, there's something, if you stop using that trademark in commerce, you can lose the rights of it. I know there's a famous case when I was with Exxon with the tigers. You had Tony the Tiger and the Exxon Tiger. And there was an argument because when Exxon was using their tiger for gas stations, fine. When Exxon created the tiger to advertise food products, Kellogg's was not too happy about it. And there was a whole argument of who had the tiger first. And I think there was a period of time where one of them stopped using the tiger. So there was an argument that they lost the rights to using that tiger with food products. I think in the end it was settled, but it just shows that everything is very fact dependent. Yeah. The R means, yeah, you could do TM anything. And you know what? Trademarks. Yeah. Actually create a trademark by using it in commerce. So unlike where you want to get that before it's out there in commerce, trademarks are generally created by using it in commerce. So if you decide to, and even like an intent to use, that's just a placeholder, and you don't get any rights until you use it in commerce. Because a trademark is an association that the marketplace has with that name, logo, design that's protected. I'm sorry. Yeah, if it's in the public domain, you don't have any rights, and a lot of times companies have to be careful because if they use a name too often with a product and it becomes the definition of the product, like aspirin. That used to be a trademark, but now well, actually Xerox almost lost it, but they were able to maintain it. And if you look, the way they do it is, it's not, you want a Xerox, you want a, make me a Xerox. They promote it and very carefully as Xerox copier. Make me a Xerox. So you want to make sure that the name is represented with a certain image in the marketplace. Yeah. Okay, theoretically, if an employee were to hack in, or someone were to hack in the computer or get it and publish it, they would be subject to civil and criminal penalties. No, that's why you have to have good internal controls. You have to have the employment agreement, because if it's a gray area, a judge isn't going to want to touch it. But if it's clear, if you, like, for example, probably in the petroleum engineering world, probably one of the greatest trade secrets would be, say, the geophysical surveys. Very valuable. Now, you could bet the big companies have strong internal controls. Everything is probably a limited distribution. It's probably kept on a certain area of servers. Everyone that gets to see it is told that this is confidential. It probably says confidential, company use only, all over it, and that there's an agreement in place that anything confidential, and they're not going to share it with anyone, and if they do, they're going to make sure that there's a strong agreement in place to keep it confidential. So in that case, there's no gray area. Yeah, it's either or. Yeah, a patent, you got to disclose it, and you really got to disclose it, enabling, and you got to disclose the best mode. And if you deliberately hide things that are important, that could potentially cause problems with the patent. A trade secret, it's complete opposite ends of the spectrum. A trade secret, you're keeping it secret, and you're doing everything you possibly can to keep it a trade secret. A patent, you have to deliberately disclose it and disclose everything. Yeah, so it's one or the other. Yeah.
But this is only enforcement of your employees, because if you have software or something, and someone else hacks in, gets the code, then they can go patent it.
You could prove they hacked into it. That's your.
But then you have to prove
Yeah, you have to prove.
But mostly this is to control your internal employees.
Yeah, yeah.
What is the criminal prosecution for?
If someone knowingly steals something, if an employee for, say, BP or Shell takes a geophysical survey that's clearly proprietary and sells it to some competitor bidding on it, and yeah, they left the phone there. Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess you know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But isn't that public information? Oh, okay. So did they disclose? So they hacked into information that was not publicly available? Okay, so that's not publicly information. So that's data that they sell. So yes, that would be a trade secret and that'd be a theft of, that's corporate espionage. That's a criminal, so whoever did that is going to face civil and criminal probably. Yes?
So in the case of, let's say, any one of us has a copyright or a trademark, and somebody in Pennsylvania or California, right, is using it, and we have no idea they are, right? How do we, should we, let's say, use it for 3, 4, 5 years, and then we find out, right? So first of all, would any of these agencies that you file on to any of these, right, tell you, or?
No, they're not enforcement agencies. These are governmental agencies for registration and issuance. So it's your responsibility to maintain and monitor it, and you know, yes, and you know, but nowadays everything's easily searchable. Yeah.
And they're using it, but no one knows about it. But some other guy over here comes up pretty much on his own, but maybe not 100%, but let's say 90%, because it's just algorithm. He comes up with ideas, produces it. What they don't have any, he patents it. They're done for, basically.
Yes, that's a risk with trade secret is independent development. Someone could somehow figure out Coca-Cola's formula on their own without reverse engineering it and patenting it. Coca-Cola theoretically could be in trouble. Now, there's something called prior use rights, which are exception. You could still do what you're doing, but the problem is you got to do exactly what you're doing. You can't change it up at all. So basically, if you do keep something a trade secret and someone patents it, you're basically stuck doing what you're doing because you have prior use rights. You can't change it to the benefit to the benefit that's in the patent. You got to narrowly do what you're doing. So that's why a lot of companies and individuals, they're very careful with trade secrets. Certain areas you want to keep trade secrets like data and information, the seismic surveys, the processing of information, maybe data from a well bore, that you want to keep as a trade secret because that's not independently developable. Theoretically, an invention you can, but let's face it, on a well site, how many people are involved on that well site? How many people are involved in the manufacturing of equipment? How many people are involved in the safety inspections? It's pretty hard for equipment that's used in the public to keep it as a trade secret. So in that situation, your really only hope is for a patent.
People in the field that, oh, this is new, this thing on our side. They have to, that product will have to be certified. When you go to certification, you need to have plans and stuff like that. And then these certifying agencies have already done this for this guy. So they'll get you anywhere.
Yeah, they'll get you. So, yeah. So, if you're going to violate people's intellectual property, you're really playing with fire because and everyone knows. Yeah. Okay, publication, that's another form of intellectual property. That's making information available to the public. What are some of the benefits? Recognition, articles, journals, industry recognizes that you're the one. It's good for people who are looking for employment or in transition. Can be used to donate to the public, open source or industry standards. Sometimes even in high tech, you want to share it with the industry. Compaq did that with a lot of their computer architecture to create a standard, and because they created the industry standard and they gave it to the entire industry, they actually had an advantage for a long time on their hardware architecture and even on some of their software. For example, sometimes even like Android or Apple, they'll disclose certain things to the public in order to create the marketplace and benefit from it. You can publish anonymously or retain ownership, authorship, copyrights. Defensive protection. Publication can prevent others from excluding by preventing patents covering public information. So if you're a small person, you say, look, can't afford or it's not worthwhile for me to patent this, you might want to publish the designs because then you don't have to worry about someone else patenting something very similar and having to deal with that, so that it gives you the recognition that you were the first in the marketplace, and it's also a bar for patentability. So there are intellectual property advantages to publication. Inexpensive. Nowadays blogs are free. You got inexpensive journals that are not reviewed that you could pay. I think some journals charge like $20 a page and you can publish it. Marketing value, and it documents discoveries and other events that could be useful. Yes. The patent offices are supposed to look in technical journals. Probably they don't do it as thoroughly as patents, so defensively you're better off filing a patent, but if you can't afford to, a trade journal publication would be your next best step. So yeah, and if a patent does get issued because the patent examiner did not look at it, you have evidence that you put it out there in the public domain, and you could potentially invalidate it or at least prove prior use rights. That would be, theoretically, that would be a publication of it, particularly if there were handouts or other things that were publicly available. So it's not as good because it's not as easily provable that it was public, but it is also a non-published thesis paper that's in a college library is considered in the publication. Okay, some of the considerations on patents. Okay, so you have a new idea, you're not sure whether to patent it. Here are some of the factors. Likelihood of commercial success. Is this product likely to be successful? If it is, probably want to patent it. If there's a lower likelihood, then you got to look at other factors. The scope of patenting claims. Actually, most patents out there are incremental improvements. Particularly when I was in the chemical world, when we were dealing with lubricants, we've been mixing base fluids with additives for over 100 years. Very little has changed, but as equipment changes, a lot of times the range and the needs of equipment change. So a lot of times we're patenting very small changes in the chemistry, which gave a small improvement. So we would call those incremental patents versus a pioneering, which would be a complete redesign that's closed, such as a new equipment that was like out there, bells and whistles on an equipment. So obviously the pioneering would be much more valuable. However, sometimes incremental improvement can be valuable if that small incremental improvement, adding a few bells and whistles to the equipment and makes it more efficient and can save a lot of money, there is commercial value for that. Yeah.
Somebody else can jump on there and slam, like you're a small independent person, you got this corporation sees it and just says, hey, let's get all our engineers in here and boom, you're done. They box you in the corner.
Yeah, theoretically they could do that. Now, now the improvement can't be an obvious improvement. What is an obvious is if you have like a snubbing assembly and you take a standard feeding tube assembly and it's feeding the, look, you're using the feeding tube assembly for the tubulars into the snubbing equipment for its known intended use. So there's nothing. So that would be your classic obviousness issue. So they would have to show that there's some unexpected improvement, redesign of the equipment to make it work more efficiently than just adding it. So they would. It's not as simple as you think. So it theoretically could be done, but it would create a lot of effort. And even if they box you in for many improvements to the idea, they still got to get a license for you to use the base idea. And the other thing is, if you're doing a good job and your patent attorney is doing a good job and is thorough, you're going to include just about every variation you possibly can in that, and that prevents anyone. So if you just describe very narrowly what it is and not all the applications, you run the risk of someone doing that. If you sit down and you just say, here's the invention, here's all the variations, here's all the possible uses, you should be able to prevent someone from doing that to you. Okay. Prior art landscape, that's done by a search. That's where either the individual or the company or the attorney looks to see what's out there and makes a determination. One, is the invention patentable? Or is there anything exactly like it? Or how similar it is? And that's where you develop your arguments of, all right, even though each of the components are out there, why is this specific combination provide a improvement that's not obvious over what's out there? Ability to exclude others, value excluding others, possibility of others patenting the invention, marketing value of the patent pending or patented status. A lot of people feel that's a huge advantage in the marketplace. You can compare to the benefits, disadvantages of publications or trade secrets. We've discussed that. And you also got to consider the enforcement costs and infringement values. However, with that, if you do have a valid patent and a big corporation is infringing upon it, generally speaking, you can get a law firm to represent you on contingency because there's quite a bit of value out there. So that's less of a consideration than most people think. However, if it's a small player, maybe they don't want to go after them because they can't afford to pay any infringement. However, you could get an injunction to get them to stop. Yes and no. If you've done a thorough job and you disclose everything, there shouldn't be anything for them to contest. The other thing is, if they do, there are firms out there that if it's clear that someone's violating it, and there's also something called treble damages and attorney's fees. So if a corporation, and most of the big oil and gas companies are not going to violate someone's patent. They're either going to get a license or do a design around because it's not worth it for them. But if they knowingly violate it, that's treble damages. And a lot of times juries will award the entire value of the patent. So sometimes it could be not just the profits, but the sales that result from that product. And treble it, add attorney's fees, it's a significant damage. And a lot of the major judgments have been billion-dollar judgments have been patents. So big corporations are worried about it. Okay, I'm sorry we took too much. Okay, okay. I encouraged it, so it's my fault. Publication. Wait, we did that. Patent. Okay. PCT, that's the Patent Cooperation Treaty. There's 148 countries. Basically, probably everywhere where you'd want to file as a member. Typically, you'd file U.S. provisional and then go non-provisional and PCT. Several things is the initial filing must meet strict criteria. You're locked into that initial filing, so you have to make sure you get it right. The PCT searches and examines the patent applications. They issue a report, but they don't actually issue a patent. Now, some patent offices will rubber stamp it, some will not. So it's valuable to have, but it's not conclusive that you're going to get a patent in all those countries. Like I said, you can file directly, or you can go through the U.S. office. You get an international search and written opinion. You can actually choose the searching agency. You can choose the U.S., Europe, Russia, Korea. There's a whole list of them. There are various advantages. In Europe, if you choose the European Patent Office as a searching agency through the PCT, pretty much when you file in Europe, they'll rubber stamp it. The U.S. doesn't. They outsource their PCT searches. So just because you get a favorable PCT search or written opinion doesn't mean the U.S. Patent Office will necessarily recognize it. They're going to do their own internal search and may come up with something different. You have 19 months. If you don't like the search, you can order an additional search. And then there's two ways, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. If you get your first search and it's not favorable, you can amend the claims and have it re-examined. That's considered Chapter 2. Most important, there's strict time limits for entering the national phase. You have 30 or 31 months, generally speaking. There's some that are longer, to file in an individual country. So the value of PCT is you got in the U.S., you're introducing the market, and you're not sure if you're going to go international. This is a good placeholder for 30 months to figure out if you want to go international with it. And I'll hurry up. Foreign filing considerations. Basically, it's very expensive and time-consuming. I once heard someone say, if you need to ask about costs, you likely can't afford it. To do an extensive foreign filing, you're talking at least hundreds of thousands, potentially millions. So only if this is a major invention or your major corporation are you probably going to want to do an extensive foreign filing. You may want to do, if you're a small business, do targeted, like Germany for Europe, or UK if it's a seismic processing, or maybe France, one of those, just to get some protection. In Asia, a lot of people will go Singapore because it's considered a major shipping hub. So those are some considerations. Well, you want to consider the scope of the patent and the prior art, the gross national product of each jurisdiction, the value of the patented product. It's 20 years, so you want to say not just now, but in the future. Cost to file, maintain. Each country is different. Certain countries are very cheap. Certain countries are very expensive. Business and competitor activity. Judiciary and corruption for each jurisdiction. A lot of you are engineers, travel the whole world. You know certain areas are very corrupt and certain areas are not. In certain areas, a patent is probably useless because if you get a patent in that country and you try to enforce it, your competitor will just buy the judge a Mercedes when it comes time for a trial, and you'll be stuck. So unfortunately, that's a big consideration. Geographic and regional trade considerations. A lot of times there's geographic markets. You get one country, you cover the whole. Ability to license and ability to detect infringement. Okay, typical timeline. You got your discovery, which is your date of invention. You want to document it as quickly as possible. Preliminary search, study, that's typically done in-house. 1 to 4 weeks, typically can be longer. Contact, retain a patent attorney. Typically, we find clients that contact us. Usually, we go over the material, explain to them what the process is. They usually get back to us about 1 to 4 weeks. Then the next is to search the prior art. Again, about 1 to 4 weeks, depending on how extensive the search is, whether you want to do it yourself, hire an attorney, or sometimes use an outside searching agency. Draft application, you're looking at 1 to 8 weeks, depending on the complexity. If it's a small incremental change, it's very easy. If it's a complete redesign of equipment, or like I've done one where we did a entire mobile land rig assembly, and it took probably over a year to draft the patent application, but we filed almost 40 applications, and nearly 30 of them have been allowed so far. So it really all depends. Provisional versus non-provisional. Provisional, someone comes to me and says, I'm going to go to the market with this. Here's the drawings, here's the descriptions. Can probably file with an hour, probably take a couple hours to review, and 30 minutes to file it online. Non-provisional, that takes a considerable time because we have to get declarations, statements from the inventors. So minimum a day, probably a little longer. You want to develop the idea and bring it to market as quickly as possible. Obviously, it depends on the product. 1 year of provisional patent pending protection. So if someone wants to develop it and bring it to market, typically they'll file a provisional. It's cheap and expensive. You got 1 year to bring it to market. So once you file it, you don't want to take a breath and say, oh, okay, I got patent pending status. That's only going to last for a year. Get it to market. Make a determination on whether or not there's value to patenting, because that year is going to come quicker than you think. File internationally a provisional under the Paris Convention 1 year from the date of the provisional and non-provisional. Publication. Patents are published unless you request it not to be published. That occurs 18 months after the patent application is filed. And the issuance could take anywhere to a year to 5. Actually, you could theoretically get it quicker than a year by requesting expedited by paying a fee, but that's rare. Typically, I'd say 2-3 years is the length of time it takes for a patent application. Okay, do we have time for the dual use technology? Okay, we do? Okay, I got permission. Okay. Dual use is any technology which can satisfy more than one goal at any given time. Now, I know it's very important. We're all in the petroleum industry. Unfortunately, it's a downturn. Hopefully, we'll rebound quickly. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. So a lot of us have to look for other industries that are related. Even I'm doing it. For most of my career, all I did was oil and gas work. I'm doing a lot more medical devices, computer technology, water purification, and actually some work I'm doing now, patent, is taking offshore petroleum equipment and converting it for water purification. So a lot of the pumps, the equipments have multiple use. So if you say, look, I've just been designing equipment for petroleum industries, a lot of that equipment has other use. We'll give some example. Sensing and imaging technology, military. We deal in seismics, the geologists, geophysicists. A lot of the equipment, the hydrophones for detecting naval activity, submarine activity, the computer processing, sensing and imaging technology in the medical field. When I got licensed, short story, I got licensed in 1999, and my first job as a patent attorney, my first job was with ExxonMobil, and that's just when IBM got big into expanding their patents into the field and licensing, and they became known because they were the first ones to get $1 billion in licensing revenues from the licensing of their patents into related fields. So I was working on some seismic imaging and processing and for my patents, and I noticed when I did the search with Exxon that the medical field was using similar imaging and processing technology for ultrasounds and equipment like that. Of course, being a hotshot guy right out of law school, think I know everything, I went to the patent committees at Exxon and I said, look, let's expand these patents to include medical processes, since our imaging processing power is greater than what's in much more improved than what's in the medical field. We're going from 3D to 4D. No one's even talking about doing 4D in the medical field. Why don't we have claims covering that? Of course, I got shot down. I was told, we're in the oil and gas business. not in the medical, so it never happened. But that's Exxon, which is the biggest company in the world. They can afford to stay focused in just oil and gas. A lot of us, if we have an invention or knowledge in a particular area, why not expand it to other areas? If it's useful and there's value, a lot of companies would be interested in your services, or if you file a patent on it, potentially licensing that technology. Computer processing, a lot of oil and gas uses a tremendous processing algorithms. That's useful in high tech. A lot of the processing of data for well drilling, the real-time adjustments that are made at the bit, a lot of that could be easily adapted for in the high tech field because evaluating data and using that data. Membranes for hydrocarbon separation, a lot of that is being used in water purification and filtering. That's a hot area. Some say water may become a more important commodity than oil and gas. Well, it's a limited resources running out, so a lot of it in the salt water. I know with Exxon, we patented a lot on the membrane filters for oil and gas. Very similar to work now I'm doing in water. It's the same. And automation, real-time control. What industrial application engineers, a lot of my patents on the rigs were on the automated controls, having everything work together seamlessly so the tubular and other equipment could be run quicker. I don't think there's a single industrial application out there that wouldn't want improvements in that type of control. Pipeline sensors. I have a client that uses infrared to detect storage levels and activities and things. In fact, Genscape is now a major player. What they do is they take sensors very similar to the infrared sensors that we're using on pipelines. They put it on the oil storage containers and on the electrical plants, and they sell that data to traders to trade on it because they know exactly, without even the oil terminal reporting it, because those infrared cameras that are sometimes several miles away tell them exactly how much oil is in any terminal. They have infrared cameras on the electrical production plants, so they know based on the plumes how much energy it is. If several electrical plants go down, these traders know almost instantaneously that there's going to be a demand in a certain region for electrical power. They trade on that. And a lot of it was very similar to the sensors that oil and gas companies were using on their equipment to know the fluid, the composition that was going through the pipelines or utilities. Safety. Everyone who's an engineer knows all the safety protocols, the safety procedures, algorithms, equipment. Yeah, there's not one single industry that could be used for. Some considerations. Unintended use is a defense for obviousness for patents. So if you take a device that's being used in one industry and it's not being used in another industry, and you slightly redesign it to be used in that other industry, that's a defense for obviousness because you know what? You're using a product for an unintended use. That's patentable. So a lot of the technology, and I tell people that oil and gas is high tech, they look at me like there's something wrong with me. You know, it is. And a lot of the processes, a lot of the technology that you guys have in the petroleum industry is significantly better than what's out there. Why not use it to your advantage and take it to other industries and get jobs, get patents on it, and get licensing? That's a great example. So, Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I took up more time, so I apologize. Am I allowed to take? Yes, you can. Okay, and I apologize for taking up more time than I should. Oh. You have a card? Or?
We'll make them available to everyone, Gary.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not going to read your bio. You're welcome to say whatever you want, but we had it published in our newsletter, so they've all read your bio.
Okay, good. I'll just say my name.
Yeah, you can whatever you want to cover.
Okay.
All right, they're ready to get started. Everybody take a seat.
I don't think it's on. Yeah.
And yes, it's on. So this is really for the people on the phone.
Okay.
You won't hear that you're amplified here.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're recording and we're showing, so you're good to go. You can either just flip through your slides here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're ready to get started again, and we've got Crystal's going to talk about workforce solutions.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Crystal Broussard. I am with Workforce Solutions. I am also a staff member at Houston Galveston Area Council, which is the Gulf Coast Workforce Board. And as a board, we do a lot of different things for the community. We do operate 13 Workforce Solutions offices. Those are our affiliates. We run those offices. We basically help employers meet their human resource needs and individuals build their careers. Some of the things we do for employers include filling their job openings, providing them with labor market data, wage data, salary data. We have several situations where we've had great success with talent pipeline development. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the situation, I'm sure you are, the situation with the NASA contractors back in 2010 when there were about, 10,000 scientists out of work. That was pretty exciting, but we did create a transitional center where they were able to transfer their skills into the oil and gas business. There she is. Welcome. Sorry about this. Okay, so we do assist training your people. If you're an employer, we can train your new workers or your current workers, and we provide monthly seminars on HR issues. You can just go to our website for that information. Now for our people, we're Workforce Solutions, so we have people walking into our offices that are from all different types of careers. And they can do their job search at our office. They can actually get placed because we have employers come to our on-site meetings and actually hire from the meetings. We provide seminars, and our seminars are at all of our 24 offices, and you can go to our calendar on our website at WRK Solutions. You can go to that website and find out what's going on at a particular office. I have given you, well, I haven't given it to you, but it's on the back there. You can pick it up. It's a brochure we're pretty happy with, and it has our locations inside. So if you find one near your home, please visit it if you feel the need. But on the back of it, it basically tells what we do, what we've done last year. Last year, we actually served 330,000 people. Those are people that walked into our offices. We've actually placed 237,000 people, and we have a combined labor force of 3,263,000 folks. The firms that we deal with or we've had some business with, either by phone or by visiting or by going out to situations of layoffs is about 119,000, and we bring in dollars through the federal government, okay? And so the dollars that we've used in our whole Gulf Coast Workforce Board system is $201 million. We have spent $134 million on financial aid, and some of that includes some child care, because we do have younger people that have small children and they need to get out and work, or they need to go search for jobs, or they need to go to school, so they need their children cared for. So we provide child care through the neighborhood centers. Okay, so that's that brochure. Now, for people, regular folks, anybody walking in, we do career information and education counseling too. Now, young people, your teenagers, if you have them, if you're going through a situation where your income has been depleted because you lost your job, well, we might be able to help your teenagers get summer employment. We can also teach them how to look for jobs and how to build their careers for the future. So we love working with kids. We have a whole deal at our separate deal at our office where we deal with the kids, and they are very, and the HISDs are helping us with that. And we do support adults in getting their education, so we do have a literacy program. Yes, sir. Well, she would need to come. We have a child care payment office. You know, she could call there. But the first thing would be to visit our office at any of those locations in that brochure I handed out. Yeah, and she would come in and be she would be met by a greeter, and she'd say, I would like child care because I'd like to look for work or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, just walk into our offices and tell us what she needs. The only thing with that is that, of course, we have to verify that you're really looking for work, so we'll have her keep up with her job searches, and she'll report that, and there'll be a couple of seminars and things that she has to attend, but it's really not a big deal. Most of it she can do from online, okay? Okay, I told you we have the 24 local offices. Of course, we are in public libraries as well. We come to the community at the public libraries to do things for our community, like career planning, everything that we do in our offices. We do also at the libraries. And we serve the 13 counties, and that's our website. www.wrksolutions.com, and you can phone us as well. Now, I have given you, that's my contact information if you want to call me later and ask me a question or something. But also, we have the high skills, high growth list, and I don't know if you guys want to do any more school. Probably not. But if you want to change careers, and you probably don't, but if you do, some of our engineers have changed careers before. This is the list that we will pay for you to go to school so that you don't have to go into your savings, or if you decide to borrow money, you don't have to do that. You can contact Workforce Solutions. Again, just come into our office. One of the things that we do is we try to get everybody to understand, oil companies as well, that we are here for everybody. We're here for the professionals. We're here for the people who are just starting out. And we also have connection with the Small Business Administration if you guys are considering starting your own business. So that's who we are in a nutshell. Any questions for me? Oh, it's back there on the table. Yeah. Also, it's at our website, You'll be able to navigate through that if you'll go to that WRK Solutions website and look at the careers that we offer scholarships for. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is what we'll pay for. These are the types of jobs or occupations you can choose as your new career, and those are the ones we pay for. We do pay for some others that are not listed here, and that's on our website. We have things that are off the beaten path. You have to talk with a personal service representative at our office, tell them what your plan is, and then they can tell you if we can cover it. Mm-hmm. We can do that. We can do that for you. Certifications we can do. Most of the engineers do that. Well, hey, you come to us and we will help you with that. And you know, that's 30 years or 40 years later is a good time to start something new. And you look very familiar to me, but to start something new, I'm going to start something new after I leave workforce, I'm sure. Okay? All of the community colleges, yeah. We partner with all of the community colleges in the area. We have an initiative. Well, we have some money that was earmarked for oil and gas. So that's why I'm saying that you guys should definitely call or contact the office and tell us what you're thinking. But TWC, Texas Workforce Commission, Mr. Carolina's with them. They fund that money from DOL in Washington. They send it to TWC, and TWC gets it here and funnels it out to all of the workforce boards, ours being the largest. I think Dallas is the second largest workforce board. But we fight for that money, and so some of what I do is when there are downsizings or layoffs or mergers, what have you, and people lose their jobs, I go out to the companies and I say, hey, can we come in and talk to your employees? And from that point, we're letting DC know that the layoffs are happening here. I can tell you that a lot of companies don't let me in to speak to their employees because they want to just give them the severance and shoot them out the door. But you miss out on a lot of information that way, and I try my hardest to get them to understand that this is what our tax dollars have done for us. It gives us this little pot of money to work with. And I want to say one other thing, and then I'm done. The TAA Act or Trade Adjustment Act, I don't know if you guys are familiar with. Anybody know what that is? Oh, okay. Well, that act was, it came about in 1974. Congress started collecting money, well, whoever collects money, started collecting money in this big pot for jobs being outsourced. So if any of your positions you feel have been outsourced because the engineers are doing what you're doing in another country, or you're being beat out by the competition because that company has foreign interest as well, there is a TA petition that you can file, and what it gets you is free training for up to 156 weeks. That's over 2 years. And it also gets you unemployment payments for that period of time while you're in school or training. So whereas I don't want to go into Mr. Carolina's presentation, unemployment doesn't last that long, but with the Trade Act, it can last much longer while you revamp, get your skills back up to par for about 156 weeks. That's another thing that I call on companies about. I say, hey, can I talk to you about the TAA? Sometimes I get in, sometimes I don't. But it is money that does not cost the company anything. They're already paying your unemployment, so it doesn't cost any additional. That money is just sitting there, and if we don't use it, it just stays there. And so it does help a lot of folks, particularly the last few companies that we had a layoff at. They were oil related. They were like machine shop type places, and the pump places, the oil pump places. They actually filled the petition out, and a couple of them have been approved. So it's looking good because it is oil and gas related. One petition, I got a call from a girl at KBR, and she said, oh, things are happening. I said, okay, well, if you want me to, I can do this petition. Did the petition, KBR got approved. So I never thought it would, but it did. No, it's a company petition because what happens is 3 people from a company can file, and it can be the 3. They require it to be 3 employees. Or I can do it as a member of a one-stop career center, state one-stop. I can do it. Or somebody in Austin from Texas Workforce can do it if they hear about it. Or your company representative can do it, like your HR manager can fill one out. Oh yeah, it has to be proved, but it's not proved by you. The petition then is sent to the Department of Labor, and the Department of Labor has investigators, and they investigate your company. They call them up and say, hey, what's happening here? And you have to give a reason on the petition that you feel the company's trade affected, and that's it. And then they do all that research, and then after they determine that your company is approved for that, then they'll send everybody that ever worked at that company a letter, their own individual letter, and you'll know that it went through because you'll get your letter and it'll ask you to come to the Workforce Solutions office and apply. But you're already in when you get that letter. You just have to fill out the paperwork that the government asks you to do. Yes? Oh, did you get your letter? Yes. Yes. If you were thinking about leaving and going to work someplace else and you needed to move, you and your family, well, then the TAA program will pay a portion of your move, and your relocation, your rent for your house or whatever, your driving up there, your gas and all that, your relocation expense. Yeah. That's pretty important. Good question. Good statement. Okay, are you going to do it? No. Are you going to come to our office and apply for TAA? Yes. Any other questions?
I have one last question. I guess in 2009, Congress extended unemployment benefits. Mm-hmm. Is that still applicable now to us, or is that time passed?
Time's passed. NASA folks were lucky. Yeah, it was, what, Sammy, 93 weeks, right? Yeah, but no, that's over. Okay. So Crystal, will you be around for a few minutes? Sure. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay, can you pull up Sammy's? You're welcome. Oh, really? Hi, Alex. Yeah. Okay. Services? Yeah. It's best kept secret. Oh my God, the mic.
on your way soon.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. First of all of his government funds is the government provides most all the money. Goes from the president, Labor Department, to our governor, Albert, and then to TWC. He sends it over to TWC. Then it goes to the local level. So Texas Workforce Commission sends everything, their funds, a lot of the funds, to each local works board and where Crystal works. Then they distribute it to the local offices. So it's a chain reaction. Years ago, it used to be all Texas Workforce Commission. Most of the people that work in our local offices, we got a few Texas Workforce Commission people in there, 3 or 4, and the rest of them are work solution officers, which they basically contractors. So years back, before '96, it was all Texas, at that time, Texas Employment Commission. Everybody remember that. But anyway, again, I just left Austin talking to my new commissioner that I work for, appointed by the governor last week. It's a 6-year term, and his name is Labor Commissioner Alvarez. So I had lunch with him, and we went over a few things. In fact, he's coming to Houston. He don't send me a schedule. He's coming to Houston in May. And in fact, I get with Susan and try to get him down here so you can talk to the main guy. Put a good word in for me. But anyway. Okay. Again, everybody understand that everybody is temporary assistance, unemployment. And, it's not going to provide a living for you, but it provides a few things. It's temporarily, so at least you can get around a little bit and pay for a little gas or oil or whatever you need. Also, is paid by Texas Unemployment Fund is a trust fund. The company pays everything for you, and then for the state of Texas, and they pay us a tax on you for working here at the different companies. And then that trust fund builds up, and that's how we paid it out of that trust fund, unemployment. It's based on the first $9,000 of workers' earnings. After that, we don't tax the company. Everybody knows the one that's unemployed now, the maximum amount is $479. It went up in October. Current average, which is about $48,000 a year. The current average is $259 a week, $479 a week, up to 26 weeks. One of the questions Alex was asking me about the 93 weeks. That's Congress. Congress passes that, the extra weeks when unemployment rate is high. And if they get by 8 to 9% of the total unemployment for the United States, usually they do pass the extension. But today, I think today the first Friday of every month is when the unemployment rate comes out. And you'll probably see it on your iPhone in a second. And I think it'll be down to like 4.99. So it will not be any extensions too soon. In fact, we're getting a big, the Labor Department telling us we have a big worker shortage. And the worker shortage, like I said, you see a lot of people unemployed or whatever. It's not about numbers. It's about being not qualified. A lot of our people got their GEDs. Tell you that truth. And GEDs, high school, so it's hard for them to find any job because service industry don't pay too much, and they can't afford to take care of the kids. So it's in your case, I think you'll be in good shape, as the lady back there said, from NASA or whatever. In fact, we still laying some people off at NASA at Boeing, but it's like 3 and 4 because not too many left engineers or scientists out there. But they say that things are getting better. They're building some new buildings at NASA, so they got some new funding. Hopefully that gets better too. Gets better. Unemployment is taxable. If you want taxes taken out, you send the form back into Austin, and we take it out at 10%. If you don't send the form back in, as you know, you'll get the whole 479 a week, up to 26 weeks. You must be physically able to go to work. You must work at least 5 quarters to get the full 479, which is again about 15 months. You must make 3 job contacts a week, which is pretty simple to do. Or, because you can do probably that in 3 seconds in 1 week. 3 contacts in the Houston-Galveston area. You go to Dallas, their contacts might be 5. So if you move, make sure you know how many contacts you need to make in that particular area. Because you say 3 and you've been living in Houston, you may not get your unemployment for that week because you didn't do the 5. Because Dallas is 5. We got some in Harlingen, not too many jobs. They just have to do 1 a week. So because everybody's calling the same company, not the so I won't get into that one. But anyway, you can work and still get unemployment. And we did a lot of this for the engineers that all engineers tell you do. True. Anybody making quite a bit of money can do it. We're doing the chemical companies too. Say if I got a contract working, say, for 2 weeks, a month, or whatever, you can still get your unemployment. But if we multiply, we give you a little extra on paper only for working part-time. What we do is multiply the 479 times 0.25. That's just a federal figure that they use, IRS. That's $119.75. We take your weekly amount plus the $119.75, that'll give you $598. If you earn $200 that week, we still send you unemployment for $398.75 instead of taking it from the 479. We give you extra. Now, a lot of people that's educated like you, they might make $4,000 that week or $3,000 a week. What happens if you make $3,000? Just report the earnings. Then nothing is coming out of your account with TWC for that week. You still got that amount in there. Yeah. Right. Whatever, right. Right. That's right. You still got it in the bank, just like your savings account. So in other words, it makes your unemployment last longer. You got 1 year to get it out from your initial claim. So you got 1 year. If you take the whole amount, 479 a week, it's going to last you 26 weeks. But you got 1 year to get it out. Be careful on part-time jobs or contract jobs. Make sure that you finish that assignment. Because if I don't like it, it wasn't what I expected it to be, or whatever. Then what we gonna do? We go by your last employer. Your last employer say, "Hey, you quit. It wasn't where you working before. So we're going to deny your unemployment then." So always finish that assignment. And so just be careful on contract jobs. Make sure that you finish that assignment. Yes, sir. No. Basically, only thing is on our computer are W-2 wages. W-2 wages. You're supposed to report all wages. But I'm just telling you, between you and me, because what happens is if you make extra money on the side, like cash or whatever, say cutting the yards or whatever, usually people talk too much. They talk to their neighbors. They talk to their relatives or whatever. Then you still living good. You still shopping at Neiman Marcus or whatever. Still buying a new car. And so they get jealous. They call in to us. We got investigators. Say, hey, Sammy over there making all kinds of money. He's getting unemployment. And they think it's all basically welfare. That's what they think. And then they call in. Then the Attorney General office is going to come to your house. We got to, because that's, we got to. We don't want to. I did that a couple of times in East Texas, and man, that was a rough day. During the Katrina, I was trying to help them. And man, I would never do that again. Especially after I saw the Confederate flags flying out there. But anyway, I said, no, this is not for me. so man, that was a tough one. I said, no, Sammy not doing anything like that. I'm going to go back to Houston. Oh, that's what I'm talking so, just whatever you get a job with. I mean, it doesn't have to be an end date. Right. You're supposed to report that income. Mm-hmm. But since you get a 1099 from that company, this report how much you get per week. You know it less than, if it's over 598, you're not going to get anything. You already know that. So the next week, you may be back to zero. Then you start getting your unemployment again. And a lot of people ask me about 401ks and all that. Make sure if you want to take the money out of your account, 401k or whatever, retirement or whatever, even if I take $100,000, $1 million out, you take it out for that week. You got it that week, 100,000 or whatever. The next week, you back to zero again. You still get your unemployment again. So it's on a weekly basis, your wages. So so this makes sure that if you know the rules and regulations, everything I'm saying is on our website, texasworkforce.org. Or you can call me or whatever. So Susan got my name and everything. So it's, yes, ma'am. Okay. If you sign an agreement with a service, say in a state, you may say when you call in for your unemployment, some of the people that calls in every 2 weeks, they'll know this. They'll say additional pay or service package. It's the same thing. That's the state legislature told us do not use severance anymore. I don't know why, but for 30-something years been that, but they want to call it additional pay. So anyway, the only thing, if you to get your service, you have to sign a lease agreement. Right. Right. So if you sign that release, then you okay. Just report it. Okay. Now what? Okay. Okay. What's going to happen there is TWC will call the company. Right. The TWC, it caught how many weeks of where you didn't sign, where you gonna get it anyway. So I don't know how many weeks that would be. They don't. Right. Isn't that something? It's a lot easier to just do it all at once. I mean, right, but I'm talking about they mixed the two up. One you didn't sign for lien, and then the other one, so you're supposed to wait that many weeks before you can get unemployment. Yes. Uh-huh. Right. That's right. You supposed to that's where you've been working for that you supposed to wait that many weeks before you can file your unemployment. But it's called what that company said too. Yeah, I don't know how they presented it as one lump sum or whatever. They probably just said waiver then. They probably did. Okay. Okay. Right. Oh, okay. So, but you did sign the waiver. This part of it. So it's mixed in with one part and one part not. Okay. Like I say, the only thing you have any questions, just call that 1-800 number. Or what? Are you getting unemployment now? Okay. I'll talk to you after the meeting. I'm gonna give you a person up in Austin to handle that for you. Yes, ma'am. Right. Right. This 3 job contacts like Shell, Exxon, and whoever, Conoco or whatever. That's it. Huh? That's all right. You're just letting us know that you did at least 3 job contacts. You can do it by fax, or you can do it by yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That's why you can do it in about 2 minutes. I mean. I'm sorry. You are to get unemployment. You got to have alien registration or American citizen. Yes, well, you better call the 1-800. I'm gonna give you a number because you're supposed to have alien registration or a U.S. citizen. So, but the federal government set those standards for us. So, yeah, I'm gonna give you a lady that go directly to her to answer those questions. I don't get into the legal part of it. Also, again, you'll receive your first payment. The people in here probably got it in 3 weeks, right? Anybody get it? Anybody on unemployment now? Here? Okay, you got your first direct deposit in about 3 weeks. About 3 weeks. We saying 4 weeks now, but it really, if you do it on the internet, you'll get about 3. We'll be caught up in the first 6 weeks, so don't worry about. Okay, let me tell you. In fact, that was discussed in Austin this while ago. First off, our budget's been cut, as you know. It's Congress sets our standards, and as long as they cutting and cutting, we get less and less. So don't worry about it. What you need. I got the people in Houston that we go out to pretty well know when to call. You call the first in the morning at 8 o'clock. We open 8 o'clock, between 8 and 8:15. The best time to call is between 5 and 6 because we still got El Paso open. So everybody think that all the offices are closed. That's not true. We got El Paso open 5 to 6. So you can call it 5:15. You go right through. You don't? El Paso? All right. Did you call after 5? Okay. If that's the case, that's the first time somebody ever told me that one. As that's the case, you just got to keep on hitting. We'll redial. You're right. I mean, or do it online. Why don't you do it online? Everything online. And if it's say online. Okay, just keep trying because there is a big concern with Commissioner Alvarez, is the new commissioner. We are going to take care of that situation. In fact, they're working on. When I left yesterday, they were working on that because he's having a big meeting with all the executives up there about that. So hopefully he can get things corrected but again, the funding is getting lower. And the government projected that we will have we got less money because they projected unemployment, the claims will be smaller this year. Found out that's not true. So it's projected over the whole year, the money. So they cannot change until September the 3rd. The government fund starts in October 1st. So we stuck with the wrong amount that the government gave us. So the job market is still great for certain people, especially the health field. But for certain other people, they thought his claims going down. They didn't never go down. So in fact, it's going up. So a lot of people are changing jobs quite a bit these days too. But I will let commissioner know about that too. Yes, ma'am. I'm glad I'm not in Austin. UB mail unemployment booklet, work search log. That's the work search log. If you do it online, you'll be just fine. You don't have to do it a work search log anymore. Tax election form. That's the 10% they may take out. Direct deposit. Go direct deposit. Don't mess with the debit card. That's a Chase debit card, but I found out that's going to change. It was a Chase. Starting January 1st, I forgot to tell Crystal that January 1st, it will be another issuer. And they said they couldn't tell me. I said, who is it? That we can't say it's secret. So I hope it's Sammy Carolina's bank. But anyway, debit cards instructions. If you go to the wrong bank, like it is Chase right now, we're going to charge you a service charge. So that's why that's for people. We use this debit card for people that as you saw, we got people making $65 a week. That's about $6,500 a year. So they don't have a checking account. So that's why we provide them something so we can put the money in their account. So that's basically what that is. Or another thing about Chase, a lot of people like you or me have that account, Chase account, because first of all, they're trying to hide the money from their wives or girlfriends. I know men didn't do that, but they do. And they use it for a savings account. And then, but they forget one thing. After 1 year, you don't use that thing, that debit card, it goes back to the state of Texas. And they say, thank you. So that's the underlying things that they don't see at the bottom. Say, hey, I've been having this thing. You had that money in there. We own it now. So hope I get a raise out of the deal thing, but but I know I'm not. So statement of benefits, that's exactly how much you'll receive. Again, everybody know they'll receive $479. Instructions for requesting. Try to do everything online as much as possible because you'll find that 1-800 number is almost impossible sometimes to get in. But if you keep on hitting that 1-800 number, just keep hitting it. Just keep hitting it. You're going to get somebody. But you'll get tired of hitting the thing. I mean, I understand that. But somebody, because we got 6 call centers. Somebody's line going to be available hopefully at one of those given times. But I know it's frustrating. I understand that. We're sorry about that too. I don't know. Was it? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. If for people here, I don't mind giving you my cell number. 713-503-1695. 713-503-1695. That's probably the easiest way to get me anyway. I'm never hardly in the office anyway. I'm out there talking. But anyway, anybody have any questions? Oh, I guess Crystal, well, I guess I have one more slide. Anybody getting Social Security, they don't have to report that. Vacation pay, they don't have to report. Service, you got to report, but it won't affect your unemployment. In your case, half of this, half of that, I'm going to give you a number that you can call. Wages in lieu of no, that's like a company paying you in advance. And some of our companies, they do that. They'll give them 60 days and keep them on the payroll for 60 days and then lay them off. So retirement, if you're getting retirement from the company that you were working or whatever, you report it. Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know we were going to have an information session and a comedy session at the same time. So
Okay.
I have a friend who is interviewing with the company,
Mm-hmm.
and he's been working for about 3 or 4 years, and it's a little bit of a change of function for him. So he would be going down in salary, basically like a new right out of college type of guy. But what he was telling me was he has to drive for about an hour and a half to get there.
Right.
And he was going to try to negotiate working 4 days a week or working a little bit less hours to kind of make up for that time, because he's also trying to study for a professional exam.
Right.
But he doesn't want to trigger that part where if you get paid 25% less.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. If you get an offer and it's like 20% less than you're making, and you reject the offer, then you're not eligible for unemployment benefits anymore. So he was trying to navigate that situation. If he works, he's trying to negotiate less hours, like 32 hours instead of 40.
Okay. 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 Once you laid off a company, say you're making a certain amount, the law states that for the first 8 weeks, it's 8 weeks or whatever. If you don't find, once you laid off, you got to take, if it's the same job that you have right now, had, we don't, it affects your, and it pays within 10%, then you got to take that particular job, 10%. If if it's over 8 weeks, we won't never ask you to take a deduction over 20%. It should be 20%, not 25%. So, but the main thing is, no, and say if I say I got a job, I'm driving 5 miles to my job now. We don't expect you to drive maybe 50 miles to your next job. You can turn that one down, because even though it's the same job that you had, but once you take it, you locked in because you took it. You didn't have to take it. So just be careful about what the distance. Now, we had some people at chemical companies out of Pasadena. They were driving 30 years from Huntsville all the way to the chemical companies. So we would expect them to drive the same distance. So, but for a person like me, say my office is just basically 5 miles from where I live. I just have to drive anything over that 5 mile distance. Hey, I might can't see that well or whatever. So, so you don't have to take a job in Huntsville, Texas. And plus, like I say, you don't have to take that big pay cut but once you take it, you accepted it. And they got to then they got to negotiate. Then you don't want to get in a situation where you quit. Quit, that means your unemployment's cut off. So you got to be careful of what you accept. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Right. 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 Unemployment is taxable. So we'll send you a 1099-G instead of just a straight 1099. That takes out the taxes 10% of what you receive. If we send you a 1099, it's the whole amount. Then you got to deal with the IRS yourself. Right. It's all IRS. I mean, you got to pay the taxes. Right. You can take out 10% of your unemployment. So instead of $479, that'll be what, $48 less a week. Right. So you still get your money, but at least you'll have 10% of those taxes taken out for federal taxes. Again, I'm gonna give you these numbers that lady that you need to call. In fact, I'm gonna give it to Susan too. You have any questions, especially severance and all that, and or whatever, just call a lady named Terry Warren, and I'll give her a number because I can't remember it off the top of my head. And she's one of the supervisors up in UI. And she answers all her phones too. Yes, ma'am. You can start according to what's your last day of that, the last day that you worked, not getting paid. So if you're still getting paid, say a lot of people get paid laid off on Tuesday, they still getting paid through Friday. So that means that you can file your unemployment on Monday, the following week. But if you get laid off Tuesday and they cut you off, you're set off the payroll Tuesday, you file Wednesday. So it's according to how long they got you on the payroll. Yeah, no. Okay. Remember, unemployment is by quarters. We take the first 4 of the first 5 quarters. So say if I wait 2 months, 3 months, I'm still in that quarter, it won't affect my unemployment. You just don't want to get any check. So you can file 2 or 3 months later. But once you lose that quarter, say from October to and I file in January, February, March, April, I'm gonna lose a quarter. So you're gonna get less. You got to have at least 2 quarters of wages to get your unemployment. So as those quarters drop off, you're gonna get less and less, till it gets down to 0. So I would, like say, a lot of people say, well, I'm going on vacation or whatever. Hey, first of all, if you go on vacation, or don't ever tell a person at TWC on vacation, because all your calls are recorded. Mine's not, because I've been fired a long time ago. But anyway, because I work for the commissioner too, so we don't have our calls recorded. And a lot of politicians call us too, so we I got lucky there. But anyway, so just be careful about your calls and recordings, because we had a guy in Austin. Oh no, this guy he said just like your question that they hanging up the phone on him, all this stuff. They went back to that recording. The guy, it wasn't a drop call. They call it drop call. The guy hung up, and they got him on tape. They called all the internet folks in and got him. And so he was embarrassed. I mean, because hey, it's part of the time. So in front of the commissioner at that. So I don't like him that much anyway. So anyway, need to share. But the main thing is just be careful or record. The number I'm going to give you, the lady you call, her phone not recorded either. I don't believe in that recording stuff. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's good. That's the never say you're on vacation. And in other words, you looking for a job overseas a problem. But you're in the 50 states. If you were in the 50 states, you can be in New York, right? Alaska. You look at this so long as you looking for work, even though you staying in this luxury hotel, right? As long as you look, because that hotel got jobs too. Right. Right, but you were interviewing in New York. We're not going to be that picky. Right. Yeah, you looking for a job. Yeah, I think they got a lot of engineers up in New York. I mean, yeah. One more question. Yeah. 1 year. Ooh. Okay. First off, people that's unemployed, you can do a lot of stuff online, right? But the main thing, like Crystal said, go to that local office. It's easier because a lot of stuff they don't understand, or that's what the people in those offices for. They can tell you certain things that is not online. So always go. I know you don't want to go, but always go into the local office, and we got community service folks in there, or they can give you a better perspective on the jobs and stuff. Or again, make sure that if you need certifications, this is the time to do it, because we pay for certifications. So go in Crystal, or you can call Crystal. Crystal works with the local offices more than I do, and she could tell you a lot more than about the job situation. I deal with mostly unemployment. Thank you. Right. The where? Oh. Oh. But anyway, if you have any problem, give me a call, and I'll be happy to help you. I'm going to give you Terry Warren's number if you have any particular item that you want to know. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. And I'm going to give it.
You can give me some resources.
Okay. 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 Thank you. I'm sorry. Boy,
Before you start talking confidential information.
Uh-oh. Hope I don't start cussing.
Before you start cussing, yeah, exactly. It's complicated.
It's feeling like my phone.
All right, so our lunch has just arrived. We're going to get it set up on the back counter. We'll take maybe 5 minutes if everybody has their box quickly, and we'll go on into the next presentation. This one. I'll make sure everybody has it. I think most people have picked it up.
Okay. Where's the closest bathroom? Okay. Thank you.
Down that hall on the right.
Thanks. Mm-hmm. Interesting, but a little depressing, right? Something you gotta, but you don't. I understand. Groups, others are just associations. Just depends. But I like to talk to everybody as if they already have a job, not out of work. Yeah. There's plenty of good resources for work, you know. I figure after a while you get a little being out of work, and so I'm going to try to. Yeah. No. Usually like a $1,000 piece of equipment back in those days. You'd waste out 5 times as much. Yeah, that's true too. It ended up on the internet. Yeah. Yeah. And then of course it'll end up on YouTube somewhere. Yeah, right. Is there coffee somewhere? Are there bottles of water somewhere? I'm seeing a few around. Soft drink machine or something. Oh, and go something unhealthy. Great.
Frat house.
Okay. Beautiful. Where's the pizza, right?
Yeah, we had this training several years ago, and it was really a good addition. We use it all the time.
Yeah.
It's really practical.
Beautiful. So, do you have anything else you need to show them before my presentation? Well, I can go into the slideshow mode whenever I want.
I'll go ahead and put it in slideshow.
Thank you.
He has an office in Houston, and he wasn't even looking for somebody. My dad happened to send him, or because my dad is also
See that? I think that arrow at the top, perhaps. See the arrow on the left hand of that little thing? Up. No, to go more to the left. More to the left. More to the left. Right. Down a little bit. And to the left. To the left. That arrow. Maybe. Maybe. Well, part of it goes away. Oh, and then, yeah, click. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Right. Is there a remote? Okay, so the arrows are not. Oh, page. Okay, not the arrows, but the pages. Okay. Actually, it's not. I guess I can mouse it if I have to, but I don't even really know. I guess that's it right there. Okay. All right, I'll use that. Fair enough.
All right, just let you introduce yourself.
Okay. Huh? Not yet. Tell me, are you ready? Okay, well, actually, I'm going to let people settle in a little bit. I don't want to yell at people while they're in the back of the room.
Oh, I'll give you half of the name.
If anybody needs internet connection, please let us know. We'll get you a password. Let me go back and let them know that we're still online here.
Okay. Lunch break, huh? I'm going to let them all settle into their seats a bit. I'm not going to try to yell at them. Good. Perfect.
All right.
Thanks, sir. Good. Excuse me. No worries. Napkin, paper towel.
Everybody get lunch? Looks like there's 20.
Sure. Go right ahead.
All right, so we're going to get started. This is Mr. Ken Sawyer. You should have some handouts, and I'm going to let you take it away.
I know, that's unacceptable, right? It's unacceptable. Those of you that are online, please be patient. You can't see it, but people are grabbing their last box of
places and making their way slowly to their stairs. Every day slowly. Okay, it looks like most of us are back at our chairs, so I'm going to ask you all to pay attention to me now. My favorite topic of conversation. I may not be next, but I'm all I ever think about. Okay, y'all aren't paying attention because otherwise everybody would be laughing harder right now. Can you all hear me in the back of the room okay? Can you all hear me in the back of the room okay? That works. Okay, so my name is Tim Sawyer, and I'm going to show you a bit of my PowerPoint presentation again. It's a short one. There's only 2 slides. I'm not really a trainer. I'm an executive coach. So I'm going to have a conversation with you all, much like I would with one of my coaching clients. First of all, I want to thank our friends from Workforce Solutions for coming today. Yay. And I'm here so that you all never have to hear that talk again. Nothing personal, sister. I know that's why y'all are here too, right? So I'm not going to sit here and talk to y'all about not having a job. I'm not going to talk to y'all about finding your next job. I'm not going to talk to you about resumes or cover letters or any of those things. You got lots of that. I'm sure many of you have heard a ton of it. You're going to hear a lot more, and there's great resources out there. And what I like to do when I go around and talk to outpatient groups and team job ministries and other transition groups, I like to talk to you all about something that I be talking to you about if you're a gainfully employed right now. I want to talk to you about being more successful in your career, even if you're still well-placed in your career. Because that's the philosophy of career that's going to not bring you back to one of these meetings again. And that's what mine is for. I'm not a career coach, but career is an inseparable part of success in your job, in your profession, in your business. It's not a side conversation. Unfortunately, for most of us who work in the marketplace as employees, we think of career as this thing over there that we pay attention to when we're out of work. And as a consequence, we find ourselves out of work more frequently than we'd like to. What I stand for is that not happening anymore. And I want to give you all a paradigm, a perspective, an outlook on yourself and your career and the tools that can help that situation. It's not magic. It's really doable. So first of all, somebody read this question out loud to me in a good, strong voice. That's not out loud. One more time. So take a moment and think about that. In light of yourself, where you are right now today. How many of you all feel like you are in charge of driving and running your career right now? How many of you all feel like so far in your life your career has been running you? Show hands. Okay? Are you getting checks from people that can't hear me? All right, I'm going to flip it to my lower lip. Is there a volume for that? And they're hearing me. They're just not hearing me well. It's on.
Now it's green.
Oh, well, okay. Well, what that means is that they were hearing everything I said a little while ago because I just pushed the button. Okay. All right. So now if you would ask them, okay, thumbs up. Beautiful. Okay. So what does career success mean to you? What does career success mean to you? And when you raise your hand to ask a question or to answer a question, please give your first name.
Career success. Yes, sir. Enjoying what you do. And when your name is? Richard. Okay, thank you, Richard. Somebody else. What does success in your career look like? Development and growth. Somebody else. Yes, ma'am. Jane? Purpose. Okay. Somebody else. Recognition and financial stability. Yes, ma'am. Stephanie. Work-life balance. Good. All of those things are true. However, for me, career success means being in charge of what I do and what happens in that part of my life that I call career. So that whatever the rest of those characteristics are that I'm looking for have the highest chance possible of happening. It means for me ending up in that place in my career that's the highest and best use of all of the gifts, qualities, and talents and experiences I have accumulated in a way that makes the greatest value for some group of people in the world. And what tends to happen when I'm creating greatest possible value for a group of people in the world? What tends to happen for us? Good things. Okay, that's kind of true. Yes. When I'm creating lots of value for people in the world, I tend to attract a lot of value back. One of the problems is we go out chasing money and wealth and success and other things that we want, and they constantly elude us and outrun us. But I believe the solution is to create value, to focus on the value that I create and deliver, getting it to the right people so that I attract the greatest possible value back. To create wealth so that I attract wealth. Now, wealth takes a lot of forms. Money's just one of them. So what am I talking about? There's a single word name for that process of creating maximum value, getting it to the right people, and getting maximum value back. What's the name for that whole process? Up there. Business. That is the definition of business. Creating value, getting it to the right people who value it the most, and gathering value back in return. That is the essence of business enterprise. Are you with me? Now, here's the question. How many of you all today own your own business? What's that business? Thank you. Your name? Michelle. And the person who raised their hand for you? Maggie. Maggie. Was that your answer? Okay, great. Very good. So I want to ask the question again. How many of you all today own your own business? Right. Yeah. So let that soak in for a second. How many of you all are engaged in the process of creating, being valuable so that you can create value to get it to the right people and get the things back that you want to have in your life? How many of you all are engaged in that process? Yeah. Well, not all businesses succeed. Not all businesses succeed. That's not the definition of business, is succeeding at it. Definition of business is a process, a certain nature, a certain intent, and then a certain set of rules and guidelines that help maximize your chance of success. Unfortunately, a lot of businesses don't follow those rules, and they get the consequences. But at least they know their businesses, and they try to do business by business principles. But somewhere along the line, somebody invented the words employee and employer. And all of a sudden, people didn't see themselves as businesses anymore. So you've got a huge number of businesses in the world, millions, who literally are not just failing to follow the right business principles in some cases so they don't succeed. They literally are divesting themselves of business principles altogether because they don't think of themselves that way, and therefore they don't operate that way. They take on a whole nother role and a whole nother set of game rules that's called being an employee for an employer. And that's the paradigm of career that continues to land people in rooms like this. And my job is that you don't do that anymore. And it's not that hard. Now, it takes time and effort. It takes developing certain skills, building certain systems into your professional life and your way of functioning. It takes an investment. It requires not taking your career for granted, not taking your career success for granted. It requires owning responsibility for the success of your business enterprise and then acting that way. Now, it will be a change. There will be a bit of a culture shock in it for you and your own lives as well as the people around you in your personal lives and your professional lives. But the fact is, those responsibilities have always been there. We just somehow or other lost sight of them. So, here's my premise. You are the CEO of a business enterprise. You bring a product or service or some combination thereof to the marketplace. You look for customers for whom that's valuable and are willing to pay you back in a variety of forms: purpose, work-life balance, money, satisfaction, etc. What's worth more than what you're putting out there into the market? You're hopefully profiting, which means you're getting back of what you care about more than what you're putting in. Now, that's one thing employees don't think about because they don't think of themselves as business. What does profit mean to an employee? No, that's what my employer worries about. Therein lies the problem. So I believe that change becomes possible, big change becomes possible, when I can change my paradigm, when I can shift the whole way I look at myself in a situation, because then everything looks different. Different thoughts come to mind, different actions open up as possibilities. When I'm an employee who is given a job by an employer for whom I follow instructions in exchange for a paycheck that I'm very grateful for, and I hope that they're going to watch me and provide career planning and mentoring and training and development. And when they see I'm doing a good job, I hope that someone's going to give me a promotion. So I work hard. I go to work all day, and then I leave. And I probably work way too late and leave way too late. And I just keep hoping something good is going to happen. Sometimes it does. People go to Vegas all the time and roll the dice. Sometimes they win. But you have about as much influence over the outcome of your career that way long term as the person rolling the dice does in Vegas. Okay? Maybe playing a game of poker, because there is a little bit of skill involved. But ultimately, the amount of influence you have over your career is pretty small when you operate as an employee working for an employer in the marketplace. Y'all see what I'm saying? If you were the CEO of a business, what are the things you'd be thinking about doing every day? And how many of you spend much time thinking about or doing the things that a CEO would be doing for their business in your careers? CEO is an important responsibility. What is a CEO supposed to do in their business? What is the job of a CEO?
innovation or how to change, with changing market.
And your name is? Alex. So grow and change and plan and see how to continue to change that in response to changing conditions in the marketplace. What else does a CEO do? Yes, sir. Allocate capital. So say more about that. What do you mean?
I guess see what parts of the business have the most return for your dollar and direct the dollars towards that part of the business.
Okay. Good. And your name is? Brad. Brad. Thank you, Brad. So allocate capital. Now here's a little secret. I'll get right to you. Capital is much more than money. Okay? Capital is simply an asset whose purpose is to have babies. Anything of value that's being used to create more things of value. So time is a capital asset. Manpower is a capital asset. Education is a capital asset. Those are things we pay in one way or another to get that help us create more. Okay? So yes, part of the job is to take a look at the resources and assets I have available and allocate them to the various parts of the enterprise that seem to need them to achieve my objectives as I plan them and determine them in response to constantly changing market conditions. How many of you all are here today because of changing market conditions? How many of you all sat back a couple of years ago and created some plans for changing market conditions? Okay, good. So what's your name? David, and tell me, what did you do to create plans for changing market conditions? So how long ago did you begin that process?
About 4 years ago I took the job. But of course now I'm new to what I was doing.
So you didn't get laid off from oil and gas?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, so you, okay, but you've made a lot of progress already. Right. And relationships and other things, I'm guessing. Okay, so you're along the way. And probably, how long have you been unemployed? Okay. So I'm guessing you're going to be unemployed less long. Does that make sense? Less long than your average unemployed person. Because for 4 years now, you've been putting thought, effort, and some action into what would you do if the market changed. What's one of the jobs of a CEO? Make plans for the business that anticipate changes in the marketplace. Okay? Yeah. Now, if you're a shareholder and your CEO isn't doing that, if your CEO just a couple of years ago didn't foresee this kind of change in the market and the business is falling apart, what would you do? Yeah, chop who off? Yeah, that boy'd be sitting here today. So, right, and so how many CEOs are sitting in the room here today? I mean it, every one of you. Because you're the CEO of your business did not do his or her job. Now, I'm not saying that to blame you or shame you or even criticize you, because for the most part, you've bought a paradigm that doesn't even allow it to occur to you that that's your job description. Somebody hired you to be CEO, you don't even know quite who it was, and they never gave you a job description, let alone any training to do that job. But nonetheless, you cannot escape the fact. It's not just spin. You cannot escape the fact that the reality is you are the CEO of a business enterprise. You have the responsibility to do everything necessary to make sure you stay of maximum value, working for the people who will pay you the most of what you want in the context of a constantly changing marketplace. I mean, that's just a fact. Now, somehow or other, Wizard of Oz did all of this stuff and blew smoke and kind of changed the language, and suddenly you guys are victims at the mercy of the marketplace, victims of the mercy of decisions made by other people as to what's going to happen in your career. Okay? That's not a good place to be for anybody in any part of life or any business. So I want to talk about reframing your career as a business. What does that mean? What does that look like in action? What are the changes you're going to need to make? Now the good news is, very few of your colleagues who you think right now are so fortunate because they're still grabbing a paycheck from somebody will have the chance to make this change. Very few of them. Even if they hear one of my talks and it occurs to them, it's really hard when you're working full-time for an employer where the ground rules have already been set that you're going to work endless hours for the pay they decide to give you and a fate that they get to determine. It's really hard to change the behaviors and the actions you need to become a CEO of your career when you're in the middle of that. You have an opportunity, time, perspective, an opportunity to rethink, hit the pause button, and come out the gate with a different operating system. That is an opportunity that could, over the rest of your career, prove hundreds of times more valuable in dollars than whatever pay you're not getting right now. I promise you, I've seen it happen over and over again. How many of you all would like to be running your career from now on? It's easy. It only requires one decision, which is, I am going to run my career from now on. Now, that decision brings with it some responsibility and some investment. But you know what? People that don't do that don't become the CEOs of companies. Okay? So what is a career? What is a career, by the way? As long as we're talking about running careers, we ought to probably know what we're talking about running. Yes, sir. Okay, and your name is? Dan. So career then is a field of study or a path of development that you've chosen, or in an area of your specialty. Okay, that's one aspect of career. What else? Okay, skill set to earn a living with. And your name is? Trish. Okay, and that's similar to what Dan said back there. What else? Yes, ma'am. Judy. Yes, something I'm good at, have an affinity for, and something I love. Yes. So here's what I want to propose, okay? Because the way I think, I'm a coach. I'm about action. I'm about clear, effective action. And in order to take any action, I have to know what I'm talking about. So I like definitions. I like to be able to really nail something down as to what it is essentially, separate from other things, okay? And I like to define career as any set of activities that I'm doing primarily to create productive value in the world and become expert at. At which to become expert? Any set of activities that I do to create productive value in the world and to gain expertise at. So think about anything you've ever done or seen anybody do that falls under what you think is career. And it all fits that definition. Now there's an interesting kicker to that, because it didn't say at which I earn a living or even for which I get paid, okay, in money. Because there's two parts of career. Career consists of two subsets. There's vocation and avocation. Avocation is no less career than vocation. The only difference is I'm not seeking to support my life with my avocation, but I'm still trying to create productive value in the world and become expert at, and I want to throw in, have a personal attachment to or passion for, but unfortunately there's a lot of us that do things under the area of career that we chose for reasons besides having any kind of personal passion or interest in. By the way, it makes it really hard to run a business and do everything that's required to run a business if you don't have much personal attachment or passion for what you're doing. That's something to consider as you look ahead at the choices you're now being given that most people never have a chance to make in their careers. You know, all of this sort of look what terrible things happening to me. You know, if you really stop and think about it, of course it depends upon how you respond to it and how you operate within it. You know, you guys have blessings on a big scale that people who stay employed never get. Most people who stay employed never get to make big choices about their career. Never get to rethink, do I have passion or care about what I'm doing? And if not, what am I going to do about it? Because to them, any change means letting go of their day job and going broke. In their mind, that's what they think. So, you know, God has a way of doing for us what we can't do for ourselves, those of us who are fortunate enough. And there are ways to make those career changes without letting go of livelihood. We all want to stay self-supporting through our own contributions. But there's a strategy to it that can direct where we head and where we end up in that process. Businesses that do nothing, what would you say to a CEO if he said all we ever do in our company is we deliver our products and services to our customers for money all day long, and that's all we ever do? What would you say to that CEO? Yeah. Yeah, and probably something along the lines of you're insane too. Because who would even think? What CEO or business person would even think it imaginable that that's all you would ever do? Businesses that do that do what? They fail. Businesses need to do certain things that keep them alive and allow them to grow if that's what they want. Now, I will say not all businesses need to grow. That's not part of the definition of business. Okay? They need to change in order to stay whatever they want, and some of them choose to grow. Those are entrepreneurs. Okay? But some people just want to run a business and have that business stay viable and meet their needs, and there's nothing wrong with that, but that still requires a whole set of activities that keep you viable over the long term. And those things need to happen in careers. How many of you all want to at least stay viable and meet your needs in your career over the long term without interruption? Now, how many of you all would like to grow your careers so that they expand and bring all kinds of increased value into your lives in a number of different ways? That requires a bit of a higher level of activity. But it's all possible. It just requires I change the way I look at myself with respect to my career and the people I work for. Okay? The only difference between each of you all in your business and your sort of typical thing we call a business is that you deliver your product or service to one long-term customer at a time. That's it. You deliver your product or service to one long-term customer at a time. That's it. It's the only thing that makes you different than any other business enterprise in principle. Okay? You have a business model that is based on one long-term customer. Now, there are other businesses that operate that way. There may be a business that does nothing but fulfill a government contract or a certain outsource to a really big corporation, like deliver products to Walmart to go on the shelf. Okay? But what happens to that business if they don't do anything but focus on that one customer? Yeah, right. And then they are a victim at the mercy of the decisions made by that customer. And sooner or later, as market conditions change, that customer is going to change in some form or fashion, and the chances are really high that that customer will stop for that business. And it's not because Walmart is a mean, bad, greedy, capitalistic business that just wants to hurt all the little guys. Because they're making the decisions they need to make, like any business, in the face of changing market conditions, if their CEO is doing their job, that requires different people, different activities, different undertakings. Okay? So who's at fault if they go out of business in a situation like that? Yeah. Is it really Walmart? Is it really the employer that laid you off? Now, granted, they may not have done it well. They may not have handled it well. Matter of fact, nobody does things like that well. How many people do you know that get divorced well? Okay? I mean, consider it from everybody's point of view. It's a messy thing. Nobody likes to make that decision. Nobody likes to communicate it to you. Everybody puts off dealing with difficult things like that until it becomes absolutely necessary to deal with it, and then it's painful for everybody. Okay? So you can't really expect anybody to do something messy like that on either side of that interaction in a pretty nice, wonderful way. Now, there are better ways of handling it than others. Some of you all experienced that. Some of you all got some kind of severance, sort of saw it coming, some of it that happened. Some of it didn't. But nonetheless, you being here is not their fault. And I shouldn't use the word their fault. Okay, it's not their responsibility. The long-term success of your career is not your employer's responsibility. It never was. It never will be, and it shouldn't be. The success of their business is their responsibility. The success of your business is your responsibility. Okay? But if I let go of that, it's easy to feel like I've been done wrong. Look what they did to me, or even look what the economy did to me, or what the government did to me, or whatever it did to me. What Saudi Arabia did to me. Saudi Arabia did what Saudi Arabia does, and they've always done it, and that's who they are, and we can expect them to act that way because that's who they are. Okay? It's one of those things we can't change. That's information I need to digest and factor into the choices I make on how I run my business. Okay?
Maybe your client in the future.
They may be. So, if I'm running a business, I have to do a number of things. And really, running a business is a matter of adding strategy to what I do today. Okay? So, for how many of you did your career begin when you got in the car to drive to work in the morning and end when you got back home again from your job? For how many of you all did your career live between those two markers? Come on, show of hands. Okay, that's not very many. So a lot of y'all had all kinds of other activities going on before you went to work and after you went to work that you were doing as part of your career. That's good. That's not very common. For most people, their job and their career are equal to one another. Okay? Now, they may go do some things after hours, and a lot of times they have to do with stuff for their company, being part of a trade association or going to a networking event or something like that. But not many of them have gone out and done things that had nothing to do with their job just for the sake of the success of their career lifelong. So what needs to get added to that stuff I'm doing today to make my job a business is I need to look at it strategically. And thinking strategically is one of those buzzwords. Oh, well, that's great, I should do it. But what does that mean? Okay. Well, it means two things. That's it. It's very simple. It means I consider the long term in terms of time horizon. I look all the way back and I look all the way into the future with all the decisions I make. That's strategic. And I think broad. All of the different aspects that are involved that impact one another. I get outside my closed system to consider the larger system I'm operating within. Those two factors make strategy. Long and wide. That's when I'm thinking strategically. So I have to start paying attention to what's coming ahead in the things I do today. And I have to start paying attention to all of the factors that could impact what I'm doing today. And if I add those in, I'm running a business effectively. Now, I'm never going to be immune for stuff that happens out there, never. Okay, I mean, some stuff's just so big, you might still have found yourself out of work for a little while in a massive industry crash. But you know what? It wouldn't be long. It wouldn't be long. Because it was just a week or so ago that you'd been on an interview with somebody. Didn't quite fit for you, but you enjoyed meeting them. You put them into your contact base so you can stay in touch with that hiring manager as a business relationship in the future, and you turned down that job. Or maybe you didn't get it, but you knew there was an opportunity there. And there's another one probably going to come along here in a couple of months because you've been doing certain things to keep that happening. So you're going to have another job pretty quickly. I think you're going to find that. I mean, based on, those are the things you've been doing for the last 4 years. Okay? What I want to say to you all is that there's only one thing you gain from being unemployed that will make it have been well worthwhile. Just one thing. And if there's only one thing that you gain from me today that will make it worth every penny you're paying me for this talk, oh, I don't know how much the gift is worth, but it's not a lot, right? Is never, 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 never your job search. Ever, 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 ever. No matter how much you love your job, no matter how much fulfillment you're getting, no matter how much money you're making, don't do it. All the things you all are learning from the between job ministries, from coaches you may be working with, from talks like this, all the things you're learning to do and you're having to do because you need a paycheck, don't stop doing them when you get a paycheck. Never. And you will very likely never be in a room like this again. If so, it'll be for a very short period of time. Just that alone. Now, there's a bunch of other stuff you can begin doing that'll take your careers and really make something powerful of them. I'm going to talk about that today. But that's the number one thing. Questions, please, comments.
So I have a question.
And then I'll get to you. Yes, sir. Y'all fight it out.
All right, I'll ask mine first. So you mentioned that. So how hard do you find that it is for people to change that paradigm instead of, searching for a job that sort of the traditional way versus changing this? I mean, how, in a percentage, how many actually really think?
So that's two questions. One question is how hard is it, and the other is how many actually do it. It's not hard. Very few people do it. I don't know why. Some people actually get to enjoy this whole job searching process. And then they stop doing it. I don't know why. But one of the things, well, right, when you're out of work and there's pressure on, but y'all have heard this before, when is the best time to look for a job? It ain't hard to look for a job when you have a job. There's no pressure. It's not a full-time thing. It's a part-time thing. Okay? So we'll get to that. It's not hard. Very few people do it. Now, they don't do it because it's uncomfortable. Okay? It's different. It requires saying no to some things in life, rearranging some things. It requires learning skills that you're already going to have to learn them now, so you're ahead of the game, right? If you were employed, it would be a lot harder to do. Okay? And it also requires changing some relationships and conversations you have with your customer, whoever that next customer is going to be, so that in the future, you can preserve space to take care of your career. Because you know what? When you have a job and you're looking for a job, you get to set the terms of your employment because you don't have to say yes. And you don't have to care if they say no. Man, that feels so good. How many of you would like to walk into an interview, have a seat, and say, hey, Bill and Sally, how y'all doing today? I understand y'all need somebody to do something, and I'm curious to talk about that with you and see if we want to do business together. Tell me why I should leave my job and take the risk to come work for you. Make me want to. Come on. What you got? Now, obviously, you're not going to talk that way. You wouldn't talk that way doing business with anybody. But you know what? That's the nature of the relationship when you have a job. That's what's really going on under the surface. But when I'm an employee and they're an employer, I forget that. How convenient for the employer. Okay? I go in there like the little kid in the principal's office, you know, okay, I don't want to get in trouble, you know, can I go to the next grade, please? And then I get grateful when they do it, and I give them every bit of heart and soul I have and all the extra time I have until I have a heart attack or my wife or husband leaves me and my life falls apart because I'm so grateful that they gave me a job. Because if they took it away, I'd be SOL. That doesn't have to be like that. And it's so easy as just remembering I'm a business and starting to do some of the things a business would do. And then once I get my next customer, don't stop being a business. That's not hard. And once you get used to it, it gets easier and easier because every next job I get, I'll negotiate. You know, I want you to know that work-life balance is important to me. Okay? I want you to know that I will give you more value than what you're paying me, but I'm going to go home at 5 o'clock every day. Now, in an emergency, we can negotiate that. You'll have a loyal employee for the time that I'm willing to sell you for the money you're willing to pay me. Okay? That's the way I want to do business. Can that work for you? And for some, that works well. And those are the people who will say, great, I like someone who thinks that way. I want you with my company. And then you've got a good next job. And it's a lot easier then to run your career as a business because you have a job like that that allows you to do it. So you got to start somewhere with just a decision that I'm going to run my business. And then as you take each little action, the whole thing, the current knot untangles, and you get to lay out the string the way you want it to be, and it becomes a lot easier as you go forward. Okay? But you got to stay with it. How many of y'all have seen, y'all are engineers, I know y'all have seen it. I saw it in junior high school in physics class. Bucking Becky? Remember the bridge? Bucking Becky? Come on now, some of y'all are the right age. Tell me about Bucking Becky. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So, right. Yes. Yes. It's a concrete and steel bridge that ran across about a half a mile of open water. And it had been there for decades. And a wind got started. A slow wind, 10 miles an hour from a certain direction, and it just stayed that way for a long time. And it was just the right speed and just the right direction, and a standing wave got started. Okay, y'all know all about this, man. And every time it hit the end of the bridge, it reinforced itself. And pretty soon, oh boy, the video is radical because it looks like a piece of cloth ribbon. I mean, literally, this concrete and steel bridge is rippling up and down, and then it collapses into the water. Now, that took about 10 hours. I'm not even that long, probably 4 or 5 hours to happen. But what made that little 10-mile-an-hour wind break that concrete and steel bridge? Thank you. Consistency. That happened because of the consistency. Now, it was a couple of decade-old bridge, but you know what? It would have never been subjected to that kind of strain had that wind not just kept blowing and blowing and blowing. Well, any mistake is, okay, you know what? I wonder if the 10-mile-an-hour wind started up from exactly this number of degrees and ran for 4 solid hours. Now, the chance of that happening is pretty small. You can't think of anything. I don't know if that was a mistake or it was just one of those things that would be really hard to plan on. Now, computer modeling, if they'd had it when they built the bridge, might have been able to foresee that. Yeah. That's the way an engineer thinks. That's okay. I understand. Enough. That's right. So that's right. So that's the argument against that. Pure science, you can optimize. In engineering, you've got what? In anything, you have two limitations, which is what you know. We got the limits of what we already know. And so within what I already know and the tools I have, I can do certain things. Now, I admire, my brother's a private pilot, and what private pilots get taught is anything that happens is pilot error. Now, they get taught that not because it's actually true, but because that's the attitude they have to function well. However, okay, you can't expect everything. The tools that were available building a bridge 2 decades ago could not have reasonably predicted that. Given the limits to the resources, we're building a bridge, folks. We only have so much money. But that's a whole other topic, right? It's a whole other topic. I give a long talk about that because I talk about satisficing versus optimizing. And one of the things businesses do is they satisfice because they're interested in return on investment. Okay, but that's another conversation. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, and then you're going to buy insurance. Yes, 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 and yes, yes, good, right, that's perfect. And you just got laid off. Your bridge just collapsed. And so you now have a chance to get a whole new set of tools for your career. Thank you. That was beautiful. I'm going to use that again in the future. I'm with you, man. Okay, back to what we're going to do here. Y'all are good. This is fun for me. All right. Let's go wide first. A CEO's job is to be responsible for a variety of functional areas in the business, to make sure they're each happening the right way, and to make sure that what they're doing aligns with one another, right? It's part of the job of CEO. They call it the CEO's perspective, the whole business as a unit. Now, what are some of the functional areas of business? What else? HR. What else? Operations. What else? Whoa. What? Planning. Okay. Yeah. Huh? Well, shareholder relations. Oh, K1. You're right. I'm thinking something else. Okay. Yep. Taxes. That falls into finance. Okay. Yeah. Compliance, and that's kind of like market conditions. But y'all, there's one thing y'all haven't said. Now, y'all are engineers. Obviously, you're engineers, but you're engineers, so you haven't said something else. Thank you. Marketing. Marketing. You know what? Even salespeople don't say that, okay? Because no one thinks of applying the skills they have in their career to themselves. Physician, heal thyself, okay? So, every one of those function areas has an analog in your career. Staffing, HR. Who are the people that are going to be involved with you? Okay, what support groups are you going to have? What professionals are going to be working for you? Mentors, coaches, accountability teams, organizations, communities that you're part of professionally. Those are all choices you make. Who's going to play in your business? Just because you're not hiring them and paying them money, or even if you are paying them money, just because they're not a W-2 employee of yours or even a 1099 employee of yours, you have staff decisions to make. R&D, okay? What are you doing to keep yourself relevant in the future? What are you doing to make sure that what you provide and what you're going to provide matches the changes in the marketplace and the changing needs of your customers? What are you doing to come up with that next cool thing that could change your business model 5 years from now? Those are things a CEO has to be considering. Okay? There's 4 quadrants. First quadrant is what I'm doing with my current products and services for my current customers, cash cow. Then, how do I take my current products and services to new customers? Okay? That's the next level of development. How do I take new products and services to my current customers? That's the next level. And then the big one, the long-term one, is new products and services to new customers. A good CEO, a good R&D department is considering all four of those at the same time. So that is in your career. It's training. It's development. It's certifications. By the way, if they're paying for certifications, how many of y'all know about PMI, PMP? Okay? It's your ticket into another industry. It is the quickest, easiest way to get into another industry, especially as engineers. Okay? If you want to be able to go into any other industry, get a PMP, rewrite your resume around how you've managed projects, and away from the technicalities of oil and gas, and go get into healthcare. Go get into technology. Go get into law enforcement. Go join a PMI chapter. They got 50 to 100 people there at any given time. Most of them are employed either 1099 or W-2. And they come in all the time saying, we need a project manager for such and such. Just the other day, the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Department needed a project manager to do a new initiative. It was a 6-month project. Someone there that day got the job. Okay? So it's a good way if you're looking at, I'm tired of this industry and I'm ready to get into something else, because then you don't have to say a project manager. I mean, everyone manages projects, even CEOs. Right? So then you can easily, so anyway, just a tip. Get it paid for. Yes? PMP, I don't know the PMC. Project Management Professional. Or, yeah, it's a, but that's the one most people get. Institute. Yeah, it's massive. It is one of the most active, well-attended organizations in the city. Chapters all over the city. They have a 2-day annual deal at George R. Brown Convention, or no, Reliance Center Learning Event. Get involved. You don't have to have a PMP to get in PMI. You just go show up and then start letting them mentor you in that direction. They have great mentoring programs. All right. Staffing, R&D, finance. Okay. How many of you all save a certain amount of your money from your paycheck to develop your future career and invest in your future career? Good, good. Okay. Just because, or because you have a particular goal? Just because. Great. How many businesses take a chunk of retained earnings and put it into a capital development fund to capitalize on opportunities as they may arise in the future? Mergers and acquisitions, etc. Lots. Okay, so there's financial issues. Not only that, how much money do you need to make to pay your current bills? To meet salary, okay, which is what you need to pay your bills. Okay, so all of those things, retirement funds, everything that a business considers in finance has an analog in your career. Operations. Time management. Communication tools. How to use your Outlook. How do you manage your own projects and tasks? Your prioritization. Okay, how do you manage your relationships? The tools you use to operate efficiently. You got those too. Unfortunately, folks, your CEO, CFO, CIO, COO, CMO, okay, you got a lot of jobs to do. Fortunately, it's a small business. Marketing, okay, marketing. An ongoing set of activities to keep you out in front of people in the marketplace. So they know what you bring, you know what's out there, what's the environment got going on in it. It's not like you're hunting for a job. But knowing a couple of recruiters that know you well, you have a personal relationship with, and they have an itemized job description of what's a good enough job for you to leave your current job to go to, and you stay in touch with them. Building relationships with people just for the sake of building relationships. Okay? Calling people up and saying, you know, I respect who you are in your career and the success you've created, and I think there's ways you and I can help each other in the future. Let's go have lunch and talk about it together. Not like I don't have a job or I'm looking for a job or will you look at my resume and give me some information? No. How can we build a lifelong business relationship to help each other from now on? Social capital. And then continue to stay in touch with them through LinkedIn, through an email, through a phone call. Just take sprinkling a little water on those relationships so they remember your name. And you've got an army of people out there looking for opportunities for you all the time while you're busy doing something else. It's not that expensive once you get started and get the ball rolling. Okay? It takes a lot of effort to get any object from 0 into a certain velocity because acceleration consumes a lot of energy. But once you're at 60 miles an hour, it doesn't take a lot to keep you there. You can go a little faster, a little slower, depending on your needs. That's your job search. Get it going, get the pieces in place, build them as disciplines and regular things you do in your life, and then just increase it or decrease it depending on what's going on in your business world. All right. Questions about that?
I'll ask another question. So, like a lot of engineers in here, focus on oil industry, or you could focus in like right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you divide your time? How do you think about how to divide your time on doing a multi-pronged approach or something like that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, it makes total sense. And it'll fit right into what I'm about to talk about now. Okay? So businesses require business plans. There needs to be some kind of framework around which to create a strategy and organize my activities. There's a lot of them out there. There's nothing special about any one. I found this useful as a career planning tool. Excuse me. Because that second aspect of strategy is time horizon. It's about not just staying in the short term, not just thinking in the short term and acting in the short term, but simultaneously acting and thinking in the middle term and even acting and thinking in the long term. All the time. One of the secrets to successful business or career is staying engaged in things aimed at objectives in all 3 time horizons simultaneously all the time in your career. Okay? What are you doing to explore where you want to be in 10 years? Okay? What are you doing to begin putting pieces in place that you think might help you move in that direction? Okay? What are you doing to get to the next specific step in your career? What is that specific step? Have you thought about it? Do you know what it is? And are you taking action today while you go to work each day, making your current paycheck, to be getting this ready in the middle term? Okay? And then what are you doing today in your current primary activity, whether it's school, running a business, being employed, being unemployed? Okay? The short term is whatever you're doing right now as your main undertaking. Okay? To be successful at it, and how is what you're doing here being informed by what you're aiming at next, and how is what you're aiming at next being informed about where you think you want to go in the future, so that your decisions in each area move you ahead and support what you're up to. And those are the things you have to think about. Now at first it's like, God, that's overwhelming, that's so much to think about, how am I going to have time? Well, yeah, you think that because you've never paid attention to it. And it doesn't mean it doesn't need to be paid attention to, we just haven't. It's kind of like when parents decide they want to take their kids out of public education and put them into private education, it's like a shock. I got to pay money now. You mean I actually have to pay for education? Is it worth money? Oh, and I got to go get involved and show up all the time at my school. Man, I just thought education just kind of happened. That's because they were operating in a paradigm where education was just there. Okay, now it's not. They have to suddenly step up and take responsibility for it because they want it to be whatever they want it to be for their kids. You're doing that with your career today. So, your objective today at whatever you're doing is 2 things. 1, make it as good as you can, even if you hate it. Do it make a project of any kind of action you can take to try to improve it and be good at it as long as you're there. Why not? It distracts you from what you don't like about it. It builds a good reputation, gives you a good mental attitude while you're working on getting out of there. Okay? Be a star. And secondly, orbiting all around wherever you are right now are people, experiences, learning opportunities, relationships that you can capture that can help you forward, that are within reach of you because of what you're doing right now. And as soon as you move to the next thing, you don't have access to them anymore. So don't leave gold in the hills unmined. Make a second project of identifying as many of those opportunities you can and grabbing them while you can. Put them in your account so you can take them with you, because that makes you more valuable with each step you go forward. You don't want to just get through your job, have made a living, and then find another one. You want to come out of each job more valuable than you went into it. Your career on a higher level, wherever what that means to you. Now, here's the middle term and where your question was. What is the next thing? Okay? What is the next thing? Some of us know. You know, I'm an individual contributor at the top of my career, and I want to be a supervisor and get into management. Okay? Clear. And there may be a title that goes along with that, and it's kind of accepted in the industry, and I know what that is. It may be to start my own business, to move out of the corporate world and build my own business. It may be to go back to school and get a degree. For some of us, it's clear. And then it's only the question of what things am I doing this week that are moving me forward while I go to work every day. But for others of us, and for most of us, we don't really know what that is. We don't have enough information yet to know what the right thing is. So what do? Do we sit around and wait until the right thing suddenly hits me? Well, some of us do, and we're still sitting around thinking about what the right thing is 6 years later, or until we suddenly are here in this room together. So what you do is you pick multiple possible outcomes. Based on what I know today, what are 3 things, any one of which, if it were to happen next, would be an acceptable next step for me? Okay. And then you allocate your energy based on what you think the likelihood and the desirability of each one is, and what your constraints are financially and time-wise and everything else. And you put effort into those areas according to that allocation of capital. Okay. And then you wait and see what happens. I like 90-day plans. I can look ahead into the future enough in 90 days to make some reasonable decisions. But beyond 90 days, I don't know enough to know what really needs to be happening. Okay? I don't know enough about me, don't know enough about the marketplace, and most importantly, I don't know anything about what hasn't happened yet. And all of those things give me the information I need to know what I really need to be doing. So I take in that information, I readjust my actions for another 90 days, and I move forward. Maybe I reallocate my deal. Maybe my goal was I'm going to get something short term because my finances are going to run out in 3 months. So I'm going to underemploy myself at an easy job, no learning curve, 40 hours a week, so I can breathe, be employed, and slowly look for the job I really want. Maybe I'm going to choose that. Okay? Maybe I'm going to decide, because what Sammy said, that I don't want to say yes to a lower paying job because then I lose my unemployment benefits and I'm kind of stuck there. You got to weigh that out. I believe at the end of the day, running your career strategically is going to be worth way more money than a few $100s a week that you might get from unemployment. But that's your decision. So you start looking for that kind of job. Then you want to look for the job that was kind of a lateral move. If I hadn't lost my job, what might I be doing? Maybe that's your next option. Those are easier to get than the dream job, okay? But it may take a little longer to find that in the current market than to find the easy job, you know, in doing whatever I can. And then maybe the fourth option is the dream job, right? You don't want to let go of that. What's the job I might have left my other job for on purpose if it turned up? So I'm going to spend a little bit of time looking for that, but because it's really a long term and a harder find, I'm only going to put like maybe 10% of my time there. I'm going to put, you know, probably 60% of my time at the next source of income. Consulting is another option, one of those, because it's great to get paid for looking for a job. So you go out and market yourself as a consultant, do some project work here and there, and find a job. So you pick options, you allocate your effort, action, you assess what happens next, and one of those is going to show up first. And that's the next right thing. And you go do it, and then you reset your whole strategy, and you keep the process going. You move from this one to that one, it becomes your short term. And here's the thing, and this is where I'm going to wrap up. This is that sweet spot that we all want to end up in someday. Okay? This is that place where we're making the most of what we are capable of. We're in our passion. We're making a difference in the world. We're making as much money as possible, whatever the definition of success. This is the place, if I get to it when I'm done with my career, I will feel proud of my career. but very few of us know where it is. Unless we have some prodigal talent or some powerful life experience when we're young that makes it clear I want to be a doctor or a concert pianist or something like that, most of us only know that there's a range within which that's likely to live. I know it's not going to be any of this just because I know I'm not good at or don't want to do any of that. But somewhere in here is probably the thing I want to end up at. As I'm learning here and learning here, I can keep narrowing that range by eliminating more things and getting more clarity on what's the right thing for me. And then I pick the next middle term in the narrowing range. So you see there's a process happening here where everything feeds into narrowing this range and always picking my next thing, bringing my maximum value from behind, fitting it into that narrowed range somewhere, and getting my next thing. And what's going to happen is there's going to come a day where you're going to be sitting at your desk or wherever it is you're working, and you're going to hit the end of the day, and you're going to take a deep breath, and you're going to look around. Say, wow, this is it. I've got more energy now than when I got here this morning. Look at the people in my life. Look at my life at home. I love what I do. This is the place I was meant to be. And for most of us, that's the only way we're going to ever get there, is we're going to have to engage in a process that's going to help it and us find each other in the middle of all of that stuff out there. But it has a really high chance of occurring if I stay consistently operating within a paradigm like this. If I run my business like a CEO, if I run my career like a business, considering all the things a business has to consider, and I'm willing to invest in that, I can end up there or really close to it. How many of y'all would like to have that happen in your careers? How many of you all would like to spend the rest of your career deciding when you're going to leave whatever you're doing and going to whatever you choose to do next? That is very, very possible. But like anything of value, it requires you invest in it continuously. So I really appreciate you guys having me here today. I have an evaluation form I would love for you to fill out and give me a little feedback. Thank you. Oh, tokens, yay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me.
Kim was talking about the PMP fan, and several of us at we've heard about college and the grant. And I looked it up, and it's called the ICE grant. So if you're looking to get a grant to pay for training to take the PMP fan at San College, it's called the ICE grant, and really told you have to apply a month in advance. I would check with San College. We just heard it in the meeting. It's called the ITC grant, and it's a grant to pay for training to take the PMP exam. If you'd like to qualify to be professional musician. San Jacinto Junior Hospital. And clarification on, in fact, I'm going to grab the mic from you.
Oh my God, she was, yes.
You'd be walking out the building with that mic, right? I've done it before. Yeah. All right, so another clarification on, if you're an SP member, you can get regular notifications on free stuff like software and events like this if you sign up for our membership preferences. And so the way you find that is go to our website, SPE-GCS.org, and look on the button that says Get Involved. And if you click on the Get Involved button, there's something that says SPE-GCS email sign up, and then that's where you update your preferences. And the Members in Transition is a new committee that's been added to that list. You can sign up for other things as well. But we've had 3 companies offer us free software, and so that's how we're going to distribute it. So you do need to be an SP member, and you do need to request it. We can't email you just with free offers. So we can't solicit, even if it's free. Exactly. So I have a couple more things to go over. You should have a handout on resources. So this is a document that we've been updating regularly, and so you should have a handout. We'll also post it on our SP website. We're getting a website with all the presentations from these past 3 seminars that we've had so far, so you can refer to them all in one place, and we'll have other things like this, but these are the types of resources that as members you would have access to: insurance, car rentals, job banks, COMC management. Ideas Launchpad is something that we're partnering with the Houston Technology Center. If you have an idea and you think it warrants further work, you can write up a 2-page abstract, submit it to us, and we have a committee that screens these ideas. And if we think they have merit, then we'll kick it over to the Houston Technology Center, and they actually have money. So they have funds through the McNair Foundation that they will give you $25,000 in a seed grant. They will also put you in a 12-week incubator program where you will get mentoring, you'll learn how to write a business plan, you'll learn how to find angel investors, you'll learn how to get a patent, all those things. So if you have an idea, think about describing that idea in a simple 2-page abstract, something very simple, and that's our Ideas Launchpad. We have a number of events coming up, and some of them are listed here on this handout, but I did want to make note that next Tuesday, for those of you who are SP members, there is a free webinar at 2:30 p.m. and it's a woman from Australia, Molly Green, and she is a personal branding expert. So if you want to learn about personal branding, sign up and you can listen to Molly and ask questions. It'll be about an hour presentations, about 30 minutes of questions, and it's part of the Soft Skills Seminar Series, and it's free for SP members. If you aren't able to attend at 2:30, you can still sign up and listen to the recording later. Tuesday, April 5th at 2:30 p.m. Houston time. And she'll be calling from Australia, so early in the morning for her. It's on the website. Yep, it's on SP International website. It's one of the webinar series. If you're not familiar with that, there are numerous webinars, many of them technical, that SP provides for free. But we've also had a soft skills series, 1 a month, that we've been doing, and so you can look back and see some of the recordings of past soft skills, but personal branding is particularly relevant for job search. There's a number of books that are listed on this list. Many of them I've had a chance to read. I haven't read all of them. But if you have some suggestions for good books to add to this list, please give us your ideas. We'd like to keep the list growing. We've got a number of websites listed here as well. There may be others that you could suggest that you would like us to add. We'll be happy to add. And then there's also some other articles. There was one I was going to call your attention to that I just added down at the bottom, that the Houston Geologic Society had an article in their most recent newsletter about free and low-cost software. So again, if you're looking for access to software, you want to do some consulting, this might be a really good article for you. Any questions? Yes, sir. We have a Facebook group, but there is not a specific LinkedIn group for the Gulf Coast section. So the greater SPE has a LinkedIn group, and you can participate in that. You know, they use Facebook and LinkedIn slightly differently within SPE. So generally for LinkedIn, you're asked to really ask a question. And it's for technical discourse. I mean, that's the point. It's not for us advertising our events. And so that's a place to ask a question on LinkedIn. Whereas we use the Facebook group more for announcements about events, that sort of thing.
So SPE Connect is SPE's individual social platform? Hi, okay, so there's also SPE Connect, which is SPE International's social platform, and so there are also technical communities. There are officer communities, but then there's also general member communities that you can ask all sorts of questions. I haven't been on there lately, but I guarantee you there is job search information on there. No, so there's SPE.org, but SPE Connect is a different platform.
Yeah. So you actually log in to the SP website, And there you can set up your profile for which of the SP Connect groups you want to join. And many of them are technical groups. You can ask technical questions. But there's sorts of information that gets posted out there. So there's one more thing. The Gulf Coast section is having a networking event that's free, and it's on April 14th. And it's already posted on the Gulf Coast section website. And so go ahead and sign up for that so we can make sure we have enough hors d'oeuvres. But it's free, and we're trying to get a good head count for that. So we have a number of different activities that are going on in the month of April. If you are in transition, you can request the transition price for some of the study groups. Many of them charge $30, $40 for a lunch. But if you're in transition, you can request the $10 price. Some of them have limited amounts of those $10 prices. So register early if you want to get the unemployed rate. Be sure and request it in advance. Don't expect to just walk up and get that at the door. Any other questions?
I guess I'll point out one other thing to think about. Okay. I went through this process early in my career in transition, but one of the things you might think about here is in the Gulf Coast section, we have many committees and subcommittees, technical committees, and you might think about maybe perhaps joining one or helping out. It adds to that networking that he was talking about, if that fits into your plan. Take a look through the Connect or on the website. I started out with the West Side Committee. I know Susan's been extensively involved, and you get to meet people and contacts, and it really does help. You get to, help prepare for that future.
And finally, we had a few more copies of Crystal's handout. So if anybody didn't get the handout, I've got several more here. I think they didn't go all the way around. So just put them right here and you guys can pick them up. Questions before we close for today? All right, we'll be sending out evaluation forms. So thanks for everybody's contributions. We appreciate the discussion. Great group. Those on the phone, we're going to sign off. Talk to you later.